Hello and welcome to the Shea Hates Everything podcast, where two brothers argue about video games and other shit that matters. My name is Shea, and today I hate being responsible.
And my name is Kyle, and today I hate falling behind on comics.
I'm very curious about this. I didn't realize that you were still, keeping up with comics at all, much less keeping up with them enough that you have now fallen behind.
Well, I think you just... That was the most confusing thing I think I've ever heard you say.
I didn't know you were even reading comics
okay.
that you could fall behind on, is what I am saying.
Yeah. So I had started reading... sorry, my mic's a little hot. I had started reading some of the current Star Wars comics, the Darth Vader series that was ongoing. And that's now they did a what I've come to find out, because I haven't bought comics in a couple of years. What I've come to find out is that in 2020, I think it was, they did a reset of the current canon Star Wars stuff and started a bunch of stuff at the same time. So there's a new regular just Star Wars ongoing and a Star Wars Darth Vader ongoing and all these other things. So I had to go back and get the last few things of what I had been reading, like Dr. Aphra, the second arc of the Vader that was ongoing, and parts of the latter half of the final arc of the main Star Wars line that was going at the time.
Okay. Yeah.
Along with other things, there's a new Saga trade that I don't have.
Right.
There were a couple of Avatar: Last Airbender things that dropped that I wasn't aware of.
They're making new Avatar comics?
Well, I think not in the last couple of years, but since I bought the last ones, more have come out.
Okay.
It's I'm when you say I'm keeping up enough to fall behind, not even. I haven't bought these comics in a long time. And so but I will get to this for a reason. There's an upcoming thing that I want to have some stuff to read for. And I decided to pick up a few comics. So I inevitably, I was going through my shelves of things and seeing what I had, what I didn't have, doing my research, kind of Googling stuff to see where things were at. Found out about all the new Star Wars things. And started just going on Amazon and adding things to my cart, whatever. Just I'm going to add everything to the cart, just see what it is. It's $600 worth of comics that I need to buy.
That
I want to buy. Yeah, so I saved all of them for later in my Amazon cart, and I just got the Avatar one.
Nice.
So I exercised some self-restraint there. But I have literally $500 worth of Star Wars comics that I want to buy.
That's a lot. I remember, I mean, this was when we were doing the podcast the last time. There was a whole summer where I was cataloging all of my stuff so that I could catch up, in particular about the Star Wars things that were happening. Yeah. But that would have been 2018, 2019 timeline. And that was I spent multiple weekends cataloging every comic that I owned, and then have not bought another one since that day. So wasted a bunch of time.
So your catalog is still current.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It's all sitting in my garage collecting dust.
Yeah.
Hundreds of dollars.
I miss reading comics.
Oh, totally.
So.
Yes. It's such an expensive hobby, and for me at least, because I want to read the Marvel stuff and the DC stuff and the Star Wars stuff. There are all the crossover events, and there are tons of different characters that I love. If you're just wanting to I have a couple of Image comics that I like, then it's much more manageable.
Right.
But I liked to do the big superhero shit plus a bunch of stuff from Image. I was a huge fan of Saga, Wicked and the Divine, which I think is still going on, Sex Criminals, which I'm not sure is still going on, but that was fantastic. There was a lot of stuff that I had been reading in that era and spending way too much money. And at a certain point, you can't afford all of the hobbies. You gotta start trimming the fat. And that did make the cut.
Yeah, that's a damn shame.
Thus, the being responsible. I mean, not even directly related to comics, but just actually thinking through finance things and being a real adult sucks. I hate it so much. And
Yeah.
I'm trying to limit my spending over the next couple of months just because we've had a ton of house things and a lot of money, a lot of money that we've spent in the last 6 months since we bought this house.
Yeah.
And we're in that zone where like I'm not feeling good about our savings account. And so, we'll talk about the June releases later on, but like I want to get Diablo 4. I want to get Final Fantasy 16. I'm on the fence about both of those games in terms of like, do I actually want them? And so I'm like, I'm just not going to buy them. I'm going to wait and we'll see what happens. And then maybe I'll get one of them. Maybe.
Right.
It's too much stuff. I have too many backlogged games. I got plenty of shit to be playing. Sure. I don't need to go spend $70 on a game that I'm on the fence about. That's stupid. Yeah. I got to send my kids to college.
Maybe they're going to be trade school kids. You never know.
Or maybe college won't even exist.
Yeah.
They got like another 15 years.
The system will fucking implode because it's broken. Yeah. It's built off the back. Anyways.
We'll probably all be dead by that point. So why save money? Just spend it while you got it,
Oh, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
Love that outlook. Talk to my therapist about that later. So tell me, why do you hate being responsible? I just tie in with what you just talked about with money and finances. And
it's mostly the monetary part of it. It's just because we've had so many expenses. My wife and I are both like, because look. We have been very comfortable. We're not rich by any stretch of the imagination, but we haven't had to worry about finances in a while. We've been very smart. We've been saving a lot of money. We built up a nice little nest egg for us to buy a house, which we did. And then we have had multiple catastrophically large expenses that we did not anticipate all over the course of a couple of months. And I'm very thankful that it didn't bankrupt us, but we now don't have a nest egg anymore. And so it's like, I'm just having to be far more conscious to prepare so that we can start building up our savings account again.
For sure.
And I fully acknowledge that is an extremely privileged place to be.
Yeah.
But the reality is I have worked very hard over the last couple of years so that we didn't have to worry paycheck to paycheck. And now we do have to worry paycheck to paycheck for a couple of months. And that sucks. I don't like being back there. We were there for a very long time. We both were actors and working retail. We know what it's like to have $0 in our account at any given time. And I don't like being back there again. I thought I had moved on.
Yeah. I, for the first time in my life, I am going to carry a balance on a credit card this month and earn interest on my credit card. It's not like a ton of money or anything, but it feels feels fucking bad. But I know, like, you're just with your financial situation previously and everything, like, I know you had to go through that whole credit card crap for a while there, and that's just a hard hole to dig yourself out of.
Man, I could go on a whole woe is me thing about just the way shit worked out for us and it being just life being unfair. It's the classic story where neither of us were making any money. I was unemployed for a while trying to figure out what I was doing with my life. My wife was working 2 jobs and we were, not even scraping by, building up credit card debt, paying like $500 a month towards a credit card that wasn't even touching the balance. We had over $10,000 of credit card debt. And then we finally got our shit. I got a good job and we were able to start saving and we wanted to buy a house. And this was 5-ish years ago. And we really wanted to buy a house. And instead of buying a house, we paid off our credit card debt. It was the right decision to make. Like, I absolutely would do that again every single time. But then that meant we couldn't buy a house for several years because we had to build that savings account back up over multiple years. So we just bought a house, 6-9 months ago in a market that is horrible.
Right.
Like, we could have bought a house 5 years ago for way less than we bought our current house. And that house that we would have bought 5 years ago would be worth more than the house we just bought, if that math makes sense for everybody. So it's just like we got screwed because we made the right decision, and that feels very bad. So that's my being responsible sucks is the takeaway here. If there's any like, I know most of our audience is older, 20s and 30s, but if there are any young folks out there, being responsible is the right decision, but it doesn't mean that it's a fun decision to make. And it doesn't mean that it'll work out for you.
Yeah,
but that sucks.
Like, you don't always get out of something what you put into something.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean you shouldn't always put in your best effort.
You absolutely
it just
always
is
should.
It is.
Because it'll work out more often than it won't, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
All things considered, like I said, with all of this money that we've spent lately, we are not destitute. And had we not been responsible, we might be destitute. Like, legitimately, we could very easily be in actual trouble with a house we can't afford because of all these problems. We're not there because we were smart. It just sucks. It sucks to be there because I can't buy my video games
and my comics.
Wow, what a hard life.
I have to choose which hobby to spend money on. Yeah. Well, that is all super valid.
Yes.
And, I, of course, my story, I echo a whole lot of those things that you're saying as well.
Yeah.
And you know what? It's probably not just us. I assume probably most of the people listening have had stints in their life where they have felt the exact same way. And maybe people are feeling that right now and they're listening. And so, just like, know that life's a roller coaster, man. It's got its ups and downs, but like, even if you're experiencing a down, know that there's an up on the horizon, and you just got to try and hang in there and put in the work and make it happen.
Puke over the side.
Yeah, and like, ask people for help.
Well, they probably can't hear you, though. The roller coaster's going pretty fast.
It is pretty fast, yeah. Oh, man. It's one of those old wooden ones that destroys your back.
No, at least no loop-de-loops. No loop-de-loops on the wooden ones. So that saved you a little bit.
Tell that to Son of the Beast at Kings Island. There's a reason why that ride got fucking shut down. Anyways.
Anyway.
This is a podcast about video games.
That's true. We're going to talk about some video games. We're going to talk about Redfall. It was our May Game Club game. You and I played, honestly, probably only like an hour and a half because we just couldn't force ourselves to go back to it. But we're going to talk about some Redfall. Yeah. You're going to talk a little bit about Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. We teased on the last podcast that unfortunately neither of us were super excited about the game, but you did play. I played and finished Star Wars Jedi Survivor. I marathoned the hell out of that game. I've got a lot of feels. And then a bunch of other stuff. Alan Wake Remastered. I've been playing some Fallout 4, a bunch of other games. I'm going to talk a little bit about some Marvel movie stuff. I did see Guardians Volume 3. Talk a little bit about that. And then, like, the meat of the podcast, we're going to recap the recent, or I guess by the time this airs, not super recent, a week or so ago, the Sony press conference, well, I guess it wasn't a state of play, or was it? This PlayStation Showcase, I think is what they branded it. Tons of stuff to break down as part of that. And then we're going to talk predictions for the rest of the industry. A bunch of events happening throughout June and the first half. So we're going to talk through Microsoft, Ubisoft, Summer Games Fest in particular, make some predictions, talk about things that we know already that will be shown. And then we got a couple other pieces of news. We're going to talk a little bit about the stuff that's been going around from Phil Spencer from a few weeks ago, talking about Redfall and just the state of Xbox in general. If you have not heard that, you go look that up. It's pretty wild stuff. And then we got 4 emails. 4 emails. So we're gonna read through those. Thank you everybody for writing in. And then we'll wrap up talking about the big releases in June and announce our June Game Club game. Or maybe games, maybe.
Ooh,
plural.
A little potential plurality. Let's go.
Yeah. So let's dive in. Let's rip the Band-Aid. Let's talk about Redfall.
Damn it.
You don't want to.
I ripped the Band-Aid. It hurt.
Oh. It probably hurt less than playing Redfall.
It did, yes.
I mean, we had talked previously as going up to release of how both of us just from the trailers, from what they had been showing, from the scuttlebutt around the game, and just everything happening external to the game around like locked at 30 FPS, always online, the co-op progression stuff not being there. Like there were tons and tons of red flags. But even before the red flags, I guess is what I'm saying. Even before the red flags, we were both like just not seeing what there was in this game that made it look compelling. It looked
or made it even look like a game that studio would normally create. Like
it certainly didn't have the arcane flavor, which we talked about.
Environmental storytelling, it seemed like they were scoping up in a big way, and that just hurt their workflow.
Well, and I mean, at least originally, they were leaning really heavily into the co-op part of it, which is interesting, right? Because it's something they hadn't really done before. But part of it was just the setting and the world that they chose. It being vampires, it just there wasn't anything there that made me like perk up. Like it didn't seem like that cool of a universe compared to Dishonored and Prey, which granted was an existing IP. And even, hell, what's that game that we always forget the name of? The one that was bad, that everybody liked?
Oh, Deathloop.
Deathloop, thank you. Like, even the world of Deathloop and the setup of Deathloop was cool. Like, it was an interesting concept, and that just didn't exist in Redfall. Right. And then, the game comes out, and it's getting horribly torn apart in reviews. And you and I, because we're masochists and we thought it would be fun, decided to play through some anyway. And even all of that said, even all of the red flags that had come out, I was still stunned by the lack of creative chutzpah and how broken it is.
Yeah,
it is so
really,
buggy.
I feel like I said this within like 45, 50 seconds of us starting to play. It felt like just moving through the world felt like everything was being held together with duct tape. Like, I felt like at any moment I was just gonna, and because we've established that I like to play kind of B tier or C tier games.
Sure.
There's a certain quality in a game. There is something about how you interact with the world, how you move through the world. You can tell it just feels cheap, it feels floaty, and at any moment you feel like you're just going to fall through the world or clip through something and get stuck. And that's what I felt basically every moment that we played Redfall.
Yeah. I mean, like, fundamental video game things, like, in order to make it feel good. And in fairness, I have not enjoyed how arcane games have felt to play in the past.
Sure.
That's me. A lot of people have. But even for me, like, I made a couple of notes as we were playing so I could remember back, like, the controller dead zone on the sticks is huge. And I know you played on PC, so you didn't feel a lot of it as much. But, like, it takes so much thumb movement to get your character to turn, and then the rapidity with which they turn. It's like the ramp speed of looking around is just really mistuned. And the menu, so when you're in a menu using a controller, they do the thing that, I don't know if Bungie like created this with Destiny on controllers, but like it's like a mouse cursor in a menu where it's just that floating circle, right? Instead of it being like binary, D-pad stuff, which I don't know why that just became the norm now. I'm not a huge fan of it. But in Redfall's menus, it has an auto lock on items, like on like tabs that you would pick. So you use the right stick like you would a mouse to navigate in its free form. Like you can go anywhere on the screen, but it magnetizes to specific tiles when you get close to them. So it's like in between a D-pad oriented like binary selection system and a freeform highlight anything on the page at any time system. And it feels so bad. It feels so bad. Like it's atrocious. I was regularly mousing, quote unquote, mousing over the wrong thing because I would get close to a box and it would automatically go into the box, which isn't the box I wanted. And it's just like, it's all of this are things that should have been found out in playtesting and in QA. And a lot of this just makes me feel like they had too small of a team doing QA, or a rushed process, or whatever the process was not good enough, because minutia in the game that's like 101 shit is horribly tuned. And that's to say nothing of, to your point, like moving around the space, interacting with the other characters. It just feels like the game's going to crash at all times.
Yeah, I feel like from top to bottom there were like key parts of the game creation process. And I'm not a game maker, you know, I don't know, but the way the product bears itself out, it makes me think that at the highest level of development, someone was failing. Mm-hmm. And someone was failing all the way down that ladder on every rung. Mm-hmm. Because it fails from a high level design perspective. You know, like what is, you know, how do we show the player the world, and you know how do they interact with it? You know, what are the major design philosophies? What do we want the player to be feeling as they play through it? What is their experience going to be like? It does not convey those things in an effective way at any point. And then, you know, more the RPG systems and the skill unlocks and things like that sort of functions, but there are like smaller sub mechanics within those that don't work very well. Like the XP, like, it's not always clear like how much XP you should be getting for something. It feels uneven. Like certain things are giving you way more than other things, and it doesn't always match up or make a lot of sense. You feel kind of disconnected from the character progression because of that. It's not like you can't kind of think like, oh, I'm going to do this mission and I should be able to level up if I do this mission. You're just like kind of leveling up and not really understanding why or how. And then the actual implementation of the skills, they wanted to do something different. So like you're unlocking as you progress through the story, unlocking and leveling up. You have these slots for cards that you can put in. So like there are certain cards that will go in certain slots. You can kind of pick from those miniature card decks to fill in those slots. And it's not the most intuitive thing. And I found that a lot of the cards, it would have, because there's art that you can see on the cards along with all of the text that pops up on the side of the screen when you mouse over them or whatever, have them selected. The art on the cards it didn't really differentiate itself from the other cards very well. So I never got a sense for like, oh, this card does this thing, because there's a visual identity from the art on the card that makes sense with the description or whatever. And so it's just like, I'm having to mouse over every card to read the full description to understand what I'm choosing, instead of having some sort of a concise visual language or visual identity to go with certain buffs or debuffs or skills or whatever. You know, does that make sense what I'm saying? Like all of the art was a little homogenized, and so I couldn't just quickly swap things to like create a different build for my character. I had to like really carefully consider, like go through and read everything fully. And despite picking things, like unless it was literally just like an extra ability or something, just like if I wasn't actually picking a thing, I really had no clue what, like I really couldn't tell a difference in terms of what the cards were giving me. You know what I mean?
Dude, I don't even remember the cards in this game.
Oh, no. What? Am I thinking of a different game?
You're thinking of Dead Island 2 or 3, whatever. Dead Island 2.
Shit, you're right. That isn't Dead Island 2.
You were like freaking me out, and I was like, holy crap. I mean, I know it's been a couple of weeks since we played, but I was like, I was Googling it. I was like, I don't remember the cards at all.
You're totally right. That is absolutely Dead Island 2.
And now I need to go back and listen to last episode, because you were talking about Dead Island 2 on that one. And I wonder if you were saying the same thing about the cards in that. Like if you said the same thing.
Yeah, I wonder if I even mentioned them. Well, all right. Well, I guess that then let's rewind that there and
No, but because what I remember of the progression system, I mean, it's just menu based. Like you have your big skill tree.
okay.
But the problem is because each character has their couple of special powers, but outside of those special powers, the progression is the same for any character. Like you spend a perk point on hold more machine gun ammo. Like that kind of stuff. And it's like there's no real build crafting in the game. Like you're choosing a type. So like I played as, I don't know the name of the frickin' character, the chick with the, magic umbrella who can do the like elevator thing that makes you jump. And like you get those two powers and they do those things. And then you could pick a couple of different options of like, you can throw down 2 elevators, or you can make the elevator make you jump higher. Like those are the choices you're making.
Okay.
And that's it. Like
Yeah.
you're not crafting any other types of specialization in your character. And so it just makes all of the characters feel super homogenized outside of those special powers. Like there's not like a character that specs into sniper rifles and the other character specs into shotguns. There isn't like one character that like is better at stealth compared to another that's like better at melee. Like there's none of that kind of thing in it. And so it just makes all the characters feel super generic and like, box cutter style.
Right.
And then the card system.
And then yeah, but the art is so homogenized, Shay. I don't think you understand.
I'm sorry, I should have interrupted you sooner, but I didn't want to sound stupid, so I was like frantically Googling. I was like, I don't remember the cards in this game.
Well, now I sound stupider because you were afraid to sound stupid.
Sorry, bro.
Sorry, listeners. But hey, you know what? Hey, there's a little nugget for Dead Island 2 for you there. A little bit of hot take nugget.
Go back and listen to the last episode and see if Kyle repeated himself.
Yeah. Who knows?
But like, the game is also stupid easy. Like talking about that progression system. Like obviously the enemy AI is unbelievably brain dead, which has been the case for all of Arcane's games. But this feels so much worse. Like it's buggy often, where enemies will ignore you or like with a gun just walk up to you shooting in a straight line, not taking cover. And like even the vampires, which are supposed to be in the early game, like these scary, come at you out of nowhere. You got to panic and run away and use all the powers at your disposal. Like 3 shotgun shots takes one down. Like it's just, there's no challenge at all.
I remember I stood on top of a dumpster and the vampire couldn't hit
also
me.
That, yes. If you stand on top of something, the vampires can't reach you to melee you. It's, again, like...
playtesting.
Yeah, it's like they had none, or, which is worse, they did. Of course they playtested it. Of course they had QA and all that stuff. And they were just like, too late, man. Like, we know. We're shipping it anyway. Yeah. $70. It's just, it's... frustrating.
It was Microsoft's first $70 game.
Damn.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Well,
that's not
I don't
great.
know. Don't quote me on anything because who knows. But I remember listening to a discussion about it. I remember listening to a discussion about how like someone from Xbox, maybe it was Phil Spencer, said like this was supposed to be our kind of our flagship. Or move into the $70 premium game space, kind of a thing.
Well, yeah, because I guess
maybe it's just one of the first, is what it
Halo
was.
Infinite.
I thought that was 60, right?
Was it? Because was that cross-platform between Series X and the other one, whatever the previous console was?
Maybe.
But yeah, it's offensive. It is an offensive game with how creatively bankrupt it is, how poor it is technically. Like, I mean, we could go on and on about all of the things that just don't freaking work or are bad and bland in this game. It's just there is none of the Arcane flavor to any of this, to the characters, to the world. Like, it all feels like you find little text logs and stuff out in the world, and like they feel AI generated. There's no personality to anything. It's just a bland, broken game. And it's wild that this is like a first party game from one of the most well-respected developers in the industry. Like, imagine like Naughty Dog making this game.
Holy shit.
That's what this is like. It's crazy. And so, we'll talk later with the Phil Spencer stuff because it's a broader topic about Xbox in general. But like, it's not great. It's not a great look for Xbox right now.
Or feel. I just remember, all right, one final thing about Redfall. The tooltips, they pop up on the side of the screen.
Oh my gosh.
But it takes up an entire third of the right side of the screen.
Bad.
And you have to press and hold a button to make it go away. There's no timer that automatically goes away. You have to press and hold a button for like a couple seconds. And sometimes they'll pop up like in the middle of fighting.
In the middle of a firefight.
Yeah. And so you just can't see a third of the screen because this thing is taking it up. And then you have to like stop and hold a button to make it go away.
Like, they needed another 6 months at least just to fix the shit in the game. And that wouldn't have made it good.
It wouldn't have been an interesting game. It just
absolutely
would have not been broken.
Right. But just, clearly, this was a case where it was never going to be good. It didn't matter if they fixed the technical shit or not. So they were just like, you know what? Just fart this thing out and let's see if we can get some people in it on Game Pass. And
maybe it should have
there's
had cards.
No way they will.
Maybe the cards would have fixed it.
Yeah. That'll be their next that's their long-term roadmap, their commitment to making this game a success. We're adding a new card system.
Yeah. Where you can buy packs.
Oh man, yeah. Monetize it. Monetize my bad game. That'll win people over.
Yeah.
So that's Redfall. I feel like, have we played a good game as part of the game club? Because like Scorn was interesting. I'm not sure that I would call it good. Maybe. But like Minecraft Legends was really disappointing. I
had fun with Atomic Heart. There were definitely like really bad parts of it, but it was still fun.
Yes, that's true. It was definitely not a bad game. It's a decent game. Yeah. But yeah, not an awesome track record. Although in fairness, we knew Redfall would be bad. We picked it for that purpose.
Yeah.
Well, all right. How about let's start...
two more idiots talking about how bad Redfall is.
I know, as if there isn't enough of that on the internet. But it's nuts. It's nuts, man. We'll talk about where they go from here later on.
Yeah.
All
right. Yeah. So hey, June Game Club.
What?
Our June Game Club. Like, so yeah, that was May. So what's the next one gonna be?
We're gonna reveal that at the end, bro. Like we do every episode. We'll talk about the games coming out in June, and then we'll reveal our June Game Club game.
I just think this podcast would be better with cards.
Oh my gosh, I can't. Tell me about Tears of the Kingdom, because I'm sure you're all about it.
Not good. This is why do we have? All right, okay. Tears Zelda.
This will be But everyone in the universe that makes content on the internet has been talking about how bad Redfall is. But we're the only podcast that's going to have one person telling you that Tears of the Kingdom actually isn't that good. So take it away, Kyle. Be the hater. Be the hater. Get your clickbait.
Here's. They don't want you to have fun. It's like
I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard people saying that.
They think we're babies, and they jangle those plastic keys in front of us to make us laugh. It's like, oh, look at all these cool gadgets. You can stick shit together and like morph things and build all these cool contraptions and stuff. And then you get in the game, and it's like the fucking shit you have to do, the time you have to fucking put in to get to that and be able to like get the resources together to make the idea that you have. It's astronomical. It is an incredible amount of time and frustration that you have to put in order to be able to engage with those mechanics. And that is literally, it's another example of why I hated Breath of the Wild. And it's because, like, it is that exact same design philosophy where it's like, we're going to give you a lot of options, but we're going to put gating mechanics in that are felt every moment that you're playing this game. It like
is that just the weapon degradation?
Yeah, weapon degradation, the limited stamina, and I know that stuff, it gets better as you play. And now you can warp up through the bottoms of mountains instead of climbing them. Yeah, but like that only works in very specific places, and it's not a solution to the problem of the shitty fucking stamina thing. And like there are still thunderstorms, and like you have to unequip all your metal shit because the lightning will strike you. Yeah, that's funny once, but then it's like, oh, I'm gonna spend 80 hours playing this game where every time there's a thunderstorm, I have to fucking unequip my shit. That's not fucking fun. It's funny once. It's not fun. And that is most of the game to me. It's like, there are funny, fun 8-second TikToks that you can get out of this game.
Of building all the crazy contraptions and things that go wrong and all that stuff.
Right, but the act of doing it feels bad. And also, I have an original Switch, a launch Switch. The game does not run well on this Switch. Like, I don't know if my Switch is just going bad or whatever, but like, it's up to date. Whatever. I mean, I haven't played it in a long time, so maybe that has something to do with it, but everything's up to date. It just doesn't run that well. And it's like the gamepad that I have for it is not good, and I'm not going to go spend $50-$60 to get their pro whatever controller that's basically just a fucking Xbox controller, because I don't even like Xbox controllers. I don't even like how they feel. I don't like the staggered sticks. Anyways,
were you playing on your TV? Or?
Docked, docked, and I tried playing off the dock as well. Was experiencing the same like sub 30 frame rates a lot of the time and stuff, and it just nothing about it feels good. And it's like, oh, with weapon degradation, you can just fuse a breaking weapon to a new thing, and it adds durability back. But the problem, oh my god, the problem is, okay, here, let me frame it in a positive way. The cool thing is you can fuse anything together and it'll like make a weapon.
Sure.
For the most part. Like there are some limitations, but for the most part it'll make a weapon, and that weapon will likely have its own separate set of moves and animations and all this other stuff, which is wild and crazy. Like the amount of development time must be absolutely fucking insane. However, because the weapons break so quickly, and because there are so many different kinds of weapons, I never know what kind of moveset a fused weapon is going to have, because I don't have enough time to spend with it to learn it before it fucking breaks, and I have to just make a new thing that handles,
and there's no like
recipe and has different
system.
Properties. Not really for that stuff. That's mostly like just you need to memorize it. There is apparently a recipe thing for cooking now. I know I didn't see that. But like it's like the way that you have to fucking the menus are also a problem. Like the way in which you are switching between weapons, because you have to do that all the time because the weapon degradation is a thing, and the way you're like gathering stuff out of your inventory to hold it and then drop it and then fuse it. And it's just so many fucking steps every time you want to do a thing, and you have to do those things all the fucking time. And it drives me goddamn crazy, because this is Nintendo, this is the Legend of Zelda, and they couldn't think of a better fucking way to do this. It is baffling, and it's a bad game, and people should not play it or enjoy it, because that's the only way Nintendo is going to realize that what they do is bad. And they need to be slapped, but nobody will slap them.
At least you're not being dramatic about it.
It makes me so angry.
Did you think that Breath of the Wild is a bad game?
Yes.
Because I wouldn't go that far. I did not enjoy it, but there are too many aspects of it that I really, really respected. that, like, I acknowledge that it is a good video game. I don't think it's fun to play.
It's a bad game with good aspects.
Fair enough.
Because and the reason I say that is because in order to experience the good parts of the game, you have to put up with the bad parts constantly. Because the bad parts are how you engage with it moment to moment.
Yeah, okay. Because, like, every game has bad parts, right? Like, there is no
but they
game
aren't
that, like,
as systemic.
Sure. Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
like quite literally systemic.
Yeah.
As the problems that I have with how they have built these last 2 Zelda games.
Right.
Yeah, and there is nobody who will change my mind because I am righteous in my cause.
Did you do any of the, like, shrines and stuff?
Yeah, I did like 4 or 5 of them in this one.
Are they more fun because you can use the God Hand abilities and stuff to?
It's just the same. It's the same shit. It's the same stuff as Breath of the Wild. It's all the same shit. It's like, but it's the same setup. You get to the end, and they give you a thing, and you get enough of the things, and you get a bonus heart or stamina. It's the same fucking shit.
But so you did not find the shrines to be fun.
Well, no, like because puzzles. The shrines are all about the mechanics.
Yeah, but not. I thought. I mean, most of what I have seen online, the shrines seem to mostly use the powers, not like combat. Yeah,
but like the powers are just as frustrating as the combat and all the other like micro systems that you have to engage with. Like the physics stuff is funny, but it is not fun because, especially in the shrines, you need to execute things with precision. Yeah, and that's the whole problem. Is there's a lack of precision in the game.
Okay.
And that's what it's constantly asking you for is precision throughout the entire game, whether it's like with your bow, throughout combat, puzzle solving, and they just don't give you the means with which to execute with that with precision consistently or in a way that makes it feel like you actually accomplished something. I constantly feel like I'm fighting with the controller and against the game as I play it. Yeah.
That sucks.
And I know that people disagree, and that's fine.
Well, that's fine.
I'm just over here mad.
I think that saying people shouldn't play the game is maybe where someone might have a problem with what you're saying.
Look, you don't have to listen to me when I tell you what to do.
Yeah, you can say whatever you want. You don't need to have, consequences or people holding you accountable. Just say whatever you want. People can just choose not to listen to you.
Precisely.
That's solid logic.
Yes.
Solid logic.
I'm borrowing from the other side a little bit there.
Facts, not feelings.
So that's my impression of Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah. Yep.
I am still curious. Like, I won't get the game. I won't end up buying it. The closest I got was almost booting up Breath of the Wild to try to give that another shot. I didn't, but that was as close as I came. I find it, I can't imagine a scenario where I will want to spend that amount of money on a game that I know I probably won't enjoy. And that even if I do enjoy, it's like a 70-hour game. And that's just untenable for me. That's my unfortunate reality. Don't have children. Obviously, have children if you want children. I love my children. I wouldn't trade them. But it does suck because I can't play big video games like that. I just cannot do it. It would take me a year of only playing Zelda in order to do that. Yeah. Although, by way of transition, I am proud of myself and surprised that I was able to finish all of Jedi Survivor in the last month to be able to wrap it up and finish it out for this podcast.
I am surprised.
I finished it with time to spare. I did marathon it. Like, any time I had to play, or any time, like, solo time I had, I was playing it. Normally, like, some nights I'll, like, watch YouTube videos, or I'll watch a movie, or, like, random things, but, like, every moment I had, I was playing Jedi Survivor because I wanted to finish it. I do, like, not the fault of the game, I do think that hindered my enjoyment just a little bit because like there were times where I was playing it out of obligation, not because I was like passionate about playing it. I'll say like I feel about Jedi Survivor the same way I feel about Horizon Forbidden West. And that is, I think it's a very good video game. I am underwhelmed and disappointed. And because of that, I feel like it's a step back from the original because it doesn't take enough steps forward, which is like Horizon Forbidden West. That game, in the wake of Ghost of Tsushima and Breath of the Wild, et cetera, it just felt like it lacked innovation in an open world context. I don't know that I would say that Jedi Survivor like lacks any innovation. I think that the new stances are very fun and very differentiated, and that was very cool to play around with those and find the styles that fit my play style. But other than that, there wasn't a ton in this game outside of like things you would expect in a sequel. Like, oh, the hub world is larger and we added a mount on some different planets and some of that stuff. Most of the rest of the game is very similar, which I think is okay. It's just a little bit underwhelming. And like there isn't another aspect of the game that elevates it over the first. I think the story overall is weaker than the first game. I think it takes a very long time to get going in the story. You kind of don't have an A plot line for the first several hours after the intro. You just kind of land on the planet and like, I guess I'll catch up with all my old people and I'll travel around and try to find them. And then there's a big, inciting incident that happens that kind of like sets off, oh, okay, here are the bad guys. Here's the thing I need to do. But even then it feels a little bit wishy-washy until like the last maybe 5 hours of the game. There's a big twist that happens. And from there it's like freaking speed railroad car towards the end of like huge plot points happening and big event things happening. And that section of the game was very, very cool and really enjoyed that. But the rest of the game, it's just like, it felt like more of the same, but in a negative context.
You feel did it feel kind of bloated because of all that stuff? Like it would have been better had it been smaller and more focused?
I don't know. Like,
because that's how I felt about the last Gears of War game. Like all the open world stuff felt unnecessary and like extra bloat.
Because like, and I guess in fairness, like the first game, the way that the game is set up is still very similar in that like it's the planets that you're on are large, but they're spindly, like they're tree roots. They're not huge open spaces. They are a small open space with a ton of corridors that you go explore. And this game is mostly
spoke design.
Yeah, there you go. Hub and spoke. Thank you. This game is a little bit different because the main hub world is much larger and it is open. Plus, it has the hub and spoke parts of it. The biggest, and I guess I would say that it doesn't feel bloated. The problem is very much like the first game. Your rewards for exploring are because in the first game, you would unlock like a new paint for your ship or a new hilt for your lightsaber. And sometimes it can be cool and sometimes it's really lame. And that makes it feel a little bit unsatisfying. And in this, it's very much the same, except there's even more dumb shit. Like, oh, I went and explored this cave and I did this like little platforming puzzle and then I killed a mini boss. And oh, I unlocked a goatee for my main character.
Yeah.
Okay. And like, that's not awesome. It makes a lot of the exploration feel really unsatisfying. But you still want to do it because sometimes you'll unlock a new like category of paint for your lightsaber that's super cool looking, or a new, like, there are side areas where you can unlock an entire lightsaber. So typically you're unlocking and finding a piece, and like the lightsaber's in like 8 different pieces, but you can go and like find a whole lightsaber that looks awesome. And so, or like you can go and you end up fighting a boss and then you unlock another stim pack that you can carry. Like that kind of thing. It's just, you never know what you're going to get. So the times where you unlock a fucking comb over haircut feel bad compared to a lot of the other stuff that you're finding.
Okay.
Yeah, it's so like
comb over haircut.
There is not a comb over hairstyle. I don't want to misrepresent, but like a hairstyle that is not that different from a different hairstyle you've got. I will say having Cal, like way more customizability in Cal is neat. I liked that. Every time I opened up my menu or every time I booted up the game, I completely changed his style. There's a way more types of outfits. Each outfit type has a bunch of different colors. You can do your jacket separately from your shirt, separately from your pants, separately from your hair, your beard style. Like, it is fun to play dress up with Cal. It's just the finding of those things that makes it feel underwhelming.
Right. Okay.
Going back to the different lightsaber styles, they do a good job of introducing them to you pretty rapidly early on in the game so that you can experiment. I pretty quickly found like the two that I liked. You start with a single blade and a dual blade. I think that's right. No, you start with a single blade and the double-sided Darth Maul style. Okay. And then you quickly get the dual style. And so I, for a while, was doing dual and double-sided. And that was like a lot of fun to play around with. And then you unlock the like Kylo Ren cross guard. You know, your blade's a little bit longer. It's more of a heavy weapon style. And then you do a rapier plus blaster, which I just really didn't enjoy using the blaster. It's on a different button. It's on triangle compared to the combat with the other lightsabers. And I just didn't find it to be super intuitive. So I stuck mostly to the cross guard style and the double-sided, because double-sided was awesome for crowd control. There's a great ability that you can unlock to like shoot blaster bolts back in a broad range and hit multiple enemies with them. You can throw the double-sided one and it makes a huge sweeping arc. And then the dual, or the cross guard, that was my like boss battle where I'm really timing out my parries to open up a window where I can hit him with like a couple of really huge high damage hits. And that was like a really good feel for me to swap back and forth between those based upon the situation. Okay. So like the combat, I know you didn't really like the combat in the first game. I really enjoyed it. It was the right level of difficulty. It was like the right level of that Dark Souls style combat, which I just really enjoy it. And so additional styles of ways to fight and experiment with. You know, each style has more moves than before. So that, you know, I had a ton of fun playing around with, and I found like the combat to be very satisfying. I wouldn't put it up against like God of War Ragnarok in terms of it feeling as good, because God of War Ragnarok, you just have more abilities and types of things at your disposal. There's a little bit less in Jedi Survivor, but I would put them similarly in terms of like the challenge of encounters, as well as like you have a really broad set of moves if you want to use a broad set of moves. You can go into a combat scenario just using one thing and just mashing it over and over again. Or you could, like, you have to make your own fun. You could go through and make it pretty simple and straightforward. But if you want to make your own fun, it's rewarding in that way. Okay. I didn't end up using a lot of the force powers. I found those to be a little underwhelming. There's, you have your force push, your force pull, lift, and slam. And then there's, which I don't think was in the first game, there's like a force confuse, where basically you can make an enemy fight for you for a few seconds. It's one of those standard things. And I never found any of the force powers to be like super useful. I would do it again, just as a like, let me try something different in this combat encounter with a bunch of, against 8 stormtroopers that I can one-shot all of them. Let me just have some fun. Let me pick this one up. Let me have his buddy shoot him in the face. I'll shoot him at this other guy. I'll force push this guy off a cliff. Just to do something different. So it's good that it allows you to play. There's just not like a need to engage with a lot of that stuff.
Right. I feel like that's where I struggle with these kinds of games is I will always just pick the path of least resistance
easy.
and just do that thing, and then
Yeah.
I'm not having fun because I'm not engaging with all the systems. It's like, yeah, it's kind of on me, but it's also kind of on the game for not motivating or encouraging me to do that more. And I think that's why I like survival horror games so much, because like you have multiple weapons and you're picking up ammo for those weapons, and so you kind of have to make the call if you want to use or conserve things for different weapons or using them for different situations and stuff like that. And so those games kind of very naturally and organically encourage the kind of exploration of different techniques and strategies in combat, whereas a game like this, it's like you can just kind of mash away at stuff and probably be fine.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, and I agree with you to an extent that the game should be tuned to make you have to use everything at your disposal in order to progress. However, you're an adult choosing to play a video game for fun. Why shouldn't you be trying to have fun if you can have fun? Like, why would you want to continue doing the lowest common denominator thing? Yeah, it works, but if you're not having fun, why aren't you trying to have fun? I guess would be my reaction.
Yeah, and I guess that's a fair question. Is like, if I am not having fun and wanting to engage with all of the options and things, then clearly there's something else about the game that is not engaging me in that way as well. So, yeah.
Right. Yeah, and I'll say, like, just to hit on the story really quickly, I mentioned sort of like the last maybe fifth of the game, I think is the strongest in terms of the story and sort of the urgency of the narrative. There are highs and lows. There are a lot of really good moments, in particular between Cal and Marin, who's sort of the love interest from the first game. They have a lot of really good stuff together in this game. Some of the big reveals are extremely obvious that they're going to happen. However, they kind of do a double twist, which I really liked, because that kind of, I'm not tricked easily by twists. I see a lot of that kind of stuff coming. It's, I think a lot of it's just being an actor, being a writer in the past. Like, I know how narrative works in that way. But if you can like do a double twist, I tend to not see that coming because I anticipate the first one and I'm like, oh yeah, it's super obvious this is going to happen. And that's where my thought process ends. So like, yeah, that really obvious thing happens. Oh, but also this thing. And there's a really fun moment in this game where that happens, where there's a betrayal and then you find out something else about that character that I did not see coming, which was very fun.
Okay.
Also, like, there's also a cool, which it got my like nerd tinglies going early on in the game. I'm not going to go super spoilery, but just sort of a little bit of like setup. This game ties back a lot to the High Republic era. So there's a lot of memories and, there's a character from the High Republic that you interact with. For those that aren't familiar, like the High Republic is the pre-Old Republic time frame.
They smoked a lot of weed.
Yeah, more like baked Republic, bro.
Yeah, brah.
But this is like Yoda is like a young gun in the Jedi Order in this time period, and it's where they're like the books, the comics, a lot of those mediums are centered around the High Republic right now in Disney's like publishing house stuff. So I'm not familiar with High Republic. I'm not reading the books or the comics. I know vaguely about some of the things and like the general setup of the time, but seeing that stuff and like there's a really quick flashback that happens to some High Republic characters that, again, I don't know them, but just the idea that they're tying these things together in this game is just cool. It was a cool nerdy thing that I think that they pay off very well on that setup, and it ties into the larger story throughout the game. It doesn't feel like it's like a one-off little nod. It's very integral to the story in a pretty cool way.
That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, like, again, I feel like as I'm talking about it. I think it's a very good game. I just feel a little bit underwhelmed compared to the first game because like a lot of the stuff that I was kind of meh meh on in the first game was not addressed in this one. It's like a Breath of the Wild situation where like the things I didn't like are still there. Like just the Dark Souls setup and like they weren't going to change any of that, obviously. The hub and spoke sort of approach to the world design is not my favorite in this context. It's also really buggy and really, really poor performing. Tons of frame rate dips pop in. I fell out of the world a couple of times. You know, huge, like big time stuttering in combat scenarios where like, I never like died directly because of stuttering, but a bunch of times where I got hit because the game was hitching, and that's not fun to have experienced.
Right.
Also just general bugginess in the gameplay of like, and again, this was in the first game, sometimes Cal doesn't jump to the thing in the right way, or like he doesn't, you know, magnet hands onto a ledge the way that he's supposed to, and so you fall to your death.
Right.
Things that shouldn't be broken are broken. It just doesn't feel super optimized, and again, could have used some more playtesting maybe. But yeah, I mean, it's super fun. I definitely recommend, you know, if you're going to check it out, I recommend starting on the Jedi Master difficulty. Not you, Kyle. We talked about this, and it doesn't sound like a game that you would enjoy because of what you didn't like about the first.
Yeah.
But for listeners, if you haven't already picked it up and you're considering it, I think Jedi Master is a good starting point difficulty-wise. That's the second from hardest difficulty. I kind of went back and forth. If I would go up against a boss and I would die 2 or 3 times, then I'd drop it down to Jedi Knight, get through it, and then pick it back up to Jedi Master. Just because Jedi Knight can be pretty... The enemies have good AI, right? But like, you can one-shot a lot of stuff. So I kind of was in between. I couldn't find a sweet spot, but it's super easy. It just loads you back to your old last save point. So if I die on Jedi Master, I just dumb it down to Jedi Knight, get to another save point, and then bump it back up. So it wasn't a huge hassle, and that created a good feeling combat experience to me where I could just make the bosses a little more easy mode than the rest of the game. But yeah, it's good. It's a good game. Just a little underwhelmed.
Okay.
Which has kind of been the story of the last 2 years with a lot of games. Like, yeah, it's good, but it's not what I want it to be.
Right.
Which sucks.
Yeah. I, you know, like you talking about lightsabers, it reminded me, as an early birthday present to myself, I finally ordered, my Ultra Saber. That I've been wanting
what is that?
for
is that
years. So Ultra Sabers is like a maker of not
the fancy
real
brand.
lightsabers. Yeah. And I got the Crimson Scorpion from Ultra Sabers.
Is that a specific character's lightsaber?
No, it is just a specific design that they have that I think is fucking awesome. I put in my section in the doc, I put links to Crimson Scorpion, and then my partner Kara got the Dark Warglaive from Ultra Sabers. So I got Crimson Scorpion with a bright orange blade. And it's gonna be fucking awesome. And then Kara got the Dark Warglaive with like an amethyst purple blade. And so
nice.
And I got like a couple of cool wall mounts for them off Etsy. So I'm just waiting on them to get delivered. I'm very excited. And I got of course I got like their like premium stunt blade whatever thing, so you can actually like
fight with it,
stunt fight with them and stuff, which will be
hit
fun.
People.
Yeah, I'm gonna beat the crap out of my partner with a with a stunt lightsaber.
Maybe you shouldn't say that on a podcast.
Yeah,
That's
no,
recorded.
that was a joke.
Can and will be used against you in the court of law.
Yeah, exactly.
Mr. Castle, I have here you said that you were going to beat your partner with a lightsaber.
Yes, as in beat in a competition. That's definitely what I meant.
Right. Are these like stupid expensive?
So normally yes, but they had a May the 4th sale.
Oh, nice.
And so I got it like it was the cheapest it's ever been. It was basically like half off. And so that's why I went ahead and kind of pulled the trigger on those, because I've been wanting the Crimson Scorpion for like 7 years.
It does look cool.
It's
do they have?
Awesome.
I mean, I'm assuming they have ones based on characters.
They
too.
do, yeah. They call them different things, but they are pretty darn close.
Oh, sure. I gotcha. Maybe like they can't actually technically license.
Yeah, they don't say
Anakin
it's Luke Skywalker's lightsaber, but they call it something that is like thematically appropriate, and it looks just like his.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah. And I guess I will say, especially with the different combat styles, it made it really fun to personalize my lightsaber.
Yeah.
And choose the different paints and the different things and the different colors. Like, I tried not to play the game when my daughter was around. She's 4 and it's extremely violent, even though it's mostly against robots. But I would have her help me design my lightsaber and like pick the color of the accent color or what type of metal to choose and pick the color of the blade. And so that was just really fun to have her help me design. And so then I would pick an outfit that matched the lightsaber that she designed. So that was just a fun thing to do with her.
Nice.
A lot of pink blades she chose, which is hard to make look cool in my opinion.
Yeah.
But there's a really cool like yellowish orange that looks like the Crimson Scorpion blade that you're talking about, that I went to a lot. That like orange color looks really cool with a lot of different lightsaber types. I would love my own lightsaber, but my wife would not approve that purchase because they're very expensive. Maybe for a birthday.
Yeah.
Okay. What about some other games?
Yeah,
I know you got several other things on the list.
We both
here.
have a Pokemon game on ours.
Okay.
Which is fun. So on my Steam Deck, in a very legal manner, I have acquired Pokemon White, and so I started playing that. I've never played this one before, actually. I played Black 2, I think, when that came out. I think White was the first generation that I skipped, because I really didn't like Diamond and Pearl, and White came after that. I think I just needed like a break from Pokemon at the time. And so going back and playing that, and it's cool because it's all new Pokemon. It's none of the old ones. So that's been cool.
What were the starters in that one?
Snivy, Oshawott, and Tepig.
Okay. Yes. I did play, I think I got Black maybe, but I did not finish. And that was the last one that I bought. Okay. That was the last Pokemon game that I bought, was Pokemon Black. And much similar to you, I didn't enjoy it. And I was like, I'm going to not play these anymore because I'm not having a good time any longer.
Yeah. But yeah, I've been enjoying that. I've just put like a few hours in, and it's nice on the emulator. I can, speed up the battles and stuff.
Sure.
And, all that. It just makes it a lot better.
Which starter did you pick?
Tepig. I always go fire, baby.
But he's like a stupid pig, man.
Yeah, but he's a fire type.
Oshawott I never liked.
Yeah, I don't like any of the 3 starters.
Yeah,
because Snivy
looks cool.
Yeah, but even the name's like fucking stuck up. Like Snivy thinks he's better than you, and you know what? That is a Pokemon you would choose.
Okay. Rude. I didn't do anything.
Oh, fuck.
You're not wrong, but I didn't deserve that.
Oh, man. But yeah, Pokemon White's fun. I'm enjoying that. So I'm sure I'll be playing that in the coming weeks, especially on the Steam Deck, because that it's just like it's so easy to pick it up and play and put it down.
Yeah.
What about your Pokemon game?
Yeah, I'm still plugging away at Pokemon Masters a little bit. I definitely am beginning to fade. Like, I'm not wanting to open it up because I've just gotten in a routine of, I play in 5-minute increments where I'll open it up, collect all my daily shit, go do the like training mission for the day to get more daily shit that I won't ever spend, and then I'll do like a mission or a story battle. And then eventually I come up across story battles that I'm underleveled for. So then I have to go to like the training area and run through like level up matches. And you can only do a certain number a day because you have like a stamina meter, which is how they gate you doing too many things in a day. And it's just the actual battling is not engaging at all. And so because I've built a routine around the rest of the game, I'm just not really having fun. It's a time waster, which is exactly what I was trying to avoid by starting Pokemon Masters. Like, it's successfully kept me off Twitter, right? Which is still a net positive.
Sure.
But I am now at a point where, like, I need another mobile game. I need to, and I probably will still check in just to, again, as a time waster. It's Pokemon. I love Pokemon.
There's a Lord of the Rings game that's like Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes or whatever. There's a Lord of the Rings game that is that.
But is it like heavily monetized bullshit?
It's free to play. Like, you don't have to do that stuff. Have you played Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes?
I don't think so.
Okay. It's like very light turn-based stuff, and like you're getting cards to level up your heroes and all that other kind of crap.
Heroes of Middle Earth?
Yes.
That's like brand new. That just came out.
Yes.
That could have been our May game.
Sure. I have thought about downloading it to check it out, because I played Galaxy of Heroes for a while. It's just like, it's so... I want an actual turn-based RPG, and this stuff, it's so boiled down, brain dead, that it kind of just makes me sad, that because I want something better. But it's something, I guess. But yeah, I've thought about getting it.
Yeah, maybe I'll check it out. It's free to play. There's nothing wrong, I guess.
Right.
But yeah, that's Pokemon Masters. I doubt I'll bring it up again on the podcast,
okay.
Even if I keep playing it for a couple of months.
All right, I'm very excited to talk about this next one.
Hit me.
All right, it's a little game called Daymare 1998. Daymare. It's not a nightmare. It's a daymare.
Sure.
There is a sequel coming out. That it's more of like a prequel, apparently, because it's going to be Daymare 1994. That's coming out, I think, this year sometime. There's like a demo is out now or something. So I saw that and decided to look at this game. It was $5, so I bought it. It's very much aping, like the RE2 remake kind of revisiting the classic survival horror genre with some modern sensibilities. So this is like, I always knew these games existed, right? Like, there is a tier of game, and we've even mentioned it on this episode how I like B tier games.
Mm-hmm.
There is a tier of game that exists below B tier. It exists below C tier. I'm just gonna call it D tier.
Yeah, like, what was that game on your YouTube channel that are like fantasy RPG?
So Arcania Gothic 4 is like a B- C+ tier.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is. You shut the fuck up right now. Fine, it's a C tier. Daymare 1998 is a D tier. It was incredible. It's like, there's just, in a very Redfall way, it feels like everything's gonna fly apart at any moment. But because it was $5, it was kind of exciting, and because I know it's made by like a couple people, basically. And like, the thing that was like, it looks kind of good. Like, graphically, like, whatever they're doing with the lighting, it kind of looks good. And it has a lot of really fascinating, like, UI ideas and things that are going on. Like, so you have this, all right, so the setup is very original Resident Evil. There's a bad corporation, there's zombies, and the corporation's responsible for it or whatever. But it's jumping around perspectives, and it has this really ambitious story that it just does not have the chops to tell very well, but it does do like some interesting, like, the way it's all tied together is very interesting and fun, and also very dumb, because it is definitely taking itself seriously, in the way that, like, like someone's high school film project would take itself very seriously. This feels it has a lot of that energy, and the voice acting is really something special. I don't think any of the voice actors are English as a first language. I think it's all ESL voice actors, because there was something off about all of them, and like every other line, the subtitles were just wrong. There some
Bad
of my
translation, maybe.
Yeah, and a lot of mispronunciations on the part of the voice actors. Some of my favorites: Herbis instead of hubris. Like literally, someone says, it's something to the effect of, this doctor's Herbis really got in the way of his blah blah blah, but he says Herbis. Another one, analysis instead of analysis. So we ran an analysis on that test sample. Tangled instead of tangled. So like, all of the words got tangled up inside, and tangled was a good one. And then a few times they had the wrong voice actor voice the lines.
Okay.
So because you play as multiple characters, and there's this one character he's really like, he like kind of talks like this a little bit, like a look sort of like a David Hayter a little bit. Right. And then there's this other like main character guy who's kind of exists in a space that's like up here. And one time, well, no, this happened twice, within like a 30-minute period. I was playing as the guy who he's like kind of up here in his register a little bit, and he's got a very different attitude and accent and tone, and then he would say half of a line, and then the next half of the line, it was all down here doing this, but it was very clearly supposed to be him talking.
Is it the same voice actor for both characters?
I think so.
Maybe that's how they got it screwed up.
Right. Totally. This game was incredible. It was one of the best $5 I've spent in a while. Oh man, it's so funny because like the zombies, they'll come shambling at you or whatever, and you put some headshots into them, and like they will kind of like just kind of like fall over in like a drunken stupor when they're quote unquote dead. Like I wish this was like also a video component to this, because he just like they do this hilarious fucking like drunk like stumble forward with like their shoulders hunched forward and their head kind of lolling down and their arms hanging at a weird angle, and they like and then they like kind of like lean to the side and stumble sideways a little bit like they're gonna fall into a wall, and then they just like topple over, and then the ragdoll physics kick in and their limbs go crazy when they hit the ground. It's amazing. And like I said, it has a couple of cool ideas on the UI side. Like because you play as these like elite force people who go in to try and get the sample, blah, blah, blah. And so they have like this crazy tech in 1998.
Sure.
And it's this, it's a smartphone like VAM brace, like a bracer, that they like. And so in the game, when you open the menu, they like tip their arm up, and it's like an over the shoulder, and then it kind of zooms in on their arm, and then you're kind of interfacing with this like smartphone kind of a thing and going through the menu that way. And it was just like a cool way. Like they could have just done like a cheap ass pop-up menu, whatever, like low opacity or high opacity, like pop-up menu, and like, whatever. But no, they have the forethought to be like, oh, like they control everything on their arm. It's where the map is, the quest, and like the audio logs and stuff. It's all on there. That's cool. So like that was a cool idea. But they had to really justify why these non-special forces characters would have access to that, because they needed to keep that so you could access your inventory as those other characters. So I'm pretty sure they killed off a character just so the other guy could pick up his arm thing.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure is really what
he was the red shirt.
Yes, he was absolutely the red shirt of the covert ops people you play as. And it was incredible. If you're looking for a good time, Daymare 1998, with a prequel on the way, which I'm very excited about.
That's amazing.
Yes, it was something special. So I greatly enjoyed that. I guess like to kind of go over some of the other games. I played some Valheim and some Raft with some friends, which was a lot of fun because I haven't touched those games in a while, and it was like a good excuse to kind of hop back in and spend some time with people. And boy, I forgot how fucking punishing Valheim can be.
Yeah, have they added like a bunch of new stuff to that game? Or?
Yes, so there's like a new not expansion, but a new like biome and other stuff, a new boss and stuff that they're working on and adding features to over time. Like they've added a bunch of new like cosmetic buildable stuff and all that too.
Nice.
Yeah, so there's new stuff there. And then Raft hit 1.0 like I don't know a couple of years ago or something. And I haven't played through it since it hit 1.0 and like they finished all the story content. So I don't know, maybe I'll get there with this new group. I have no idea. But another old game I have revisited is Alan Wake. I'm playing the remastered version on Epic. Because we'll talk about it in a bit, but Alan Wake 2 was announced, and so it had been announced. It got a cinematic with looked like maybe some snippets of
gameplay-ish.
Yeah. And I was like, I really fucking liked Alan Wake. I remember really liking Alan Wake. It came out in 2010, so it's been 13 years.
Right.
And I think I've replayed it once, but I think I did it in like 2014, 2015. So I haven't played it in like 8 years. So it is just a good excuse to kind of go back and revisit that. And I beat the first 2 chapters. There's 6 chapters, about a third of the way through. I had forgotten because I like the things I remembered about it were like some of the tone and stuff, and then also like the mechanics of shining a flashlight on an enemy until they become vulnerable and then shooting them, and like how that kind of wears thin over the course of the game. And I could already kind of feel that. But the things that I forgot about were like how they make it like a TV show. Like all of the cutscenes are very well shot and like well edited. And like the voice acting is really good, and especially the remastered version, it looks kind of nice. Like they did a nice job kind of up-resing everything. And I've been like really, really surprised by how well all of that stuff has worked. And like they call them episodes, not chapters, and they'll do like a previously on at the beginning of the next thing. Like it's really, really interesting. And I've enjoyed it quite a bit. It's very cool. So
I've always felt like Remedy was like one of the unsung Rockstar developers.
Yeah.
Like, people love Alan Wake, and obviously Control did awesome, but like I feel like they deserve more credit than they have gotten for their ambition and how they make their games. Like I think they're fucking awesome. I have not played Quantum Break. It got added back to Game Pass maybe last month or so, and I really want to check it out just out of curiosity because I've heard that it's not great.
I have not played Quantum Break either. I would play that. I would play Quantum Break.
Well, maybe we'll have 3 Game Club games.
Maybe. But yeah, I've really been enjoying Alan Wake Remastered.
Nice. Yeah, I saw that you streamed it, and it was called Alan Woke, which I greatly enjoyed.
Yes. Yeah. Good times. So you have one more game on your list. Why don't you talk about that?
Yeah. I guess I can just quickly before you wrap up the rest of your game stuff. I mentioned I booted up Fallout 4. I was sort of hemming and hawing between Breath of the Wild and Fallout 4. I just wanted a game just to like settle into, and the bigger, the decision came down to, if I go back and play Breath of the Wild, I probably won't enjoy it again. Let me play a game that I know I'm going to enjoy. I've been wanting to boot up some mods on Fallout 4 since I played Skyrim with mods last year on Xbox. Let me go ahead and do that. The bummer is you only get 2 gigs of mod space on Fallout 4, and there are mods that are like 600 megs.
Sure.
So like it's just and most of the weapon mods, because they're all in like 2K 4K, most weapon mods are over 100 megs.
Wow.
And so like by the time you install the like unofficial patch, some sort of like visual upgrade mod, and a couple of other ones, like I already had, 900 megs of space taken up.
Yeah.
So I just had to be really picky. I installed a follower mod who was actually very funny. I did not even so unlike Skyrim, there are not that many follower mods on Xbox, like net new followers, which I find to be interesting. I wonder if the creation tools are more limited in Fallout compared to Skyrim. But one of the only like fully voiced new companion mods, her name was Mary Jane, and I was like, yeah, let me download her. She got a unique voice. It's literally the only one that I found like that. And I didn't make the connection, but she's like a total stoner. And her name is Mary Jane. And like she carries around like a bud and like rolls a joint for you if you ask her to. And like you can get high and it gives you like a visual filter and like lowers your intelligence and increases your charisma.
Nice.
It's amazing. And like I did not know. I didn't read the description. I literally was like, yeah, fully voiced net new follower. I was like, yeah, sure, let me check it out. And then found out that it was like a total pot joke. And like you can plant weed as one of the growable elements in your settlements. So that's been fun.
Yeah.
But mostly it's like I did a mod that makes dog meat more powerful and not count as a follower. So I can have dog meat and Mary Jane.
Yeah.
Like I had to hand pick like 4 or 5 gun mods because there are just too many. So like I picked a couple of like They all look dope and super realistic, and most of them are like Modern Warfare, Call of Duty inspired. Because like there's the Scar H from Modern Warfare 2. There I did like a it's called like a Watts sniper rifle, which is what's it called? Like an electric
like a
sniper
coil rifle
uses,
kind of thing.
Yeah. I don't remember the ammo type, the like fusion thingy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically just like not a ton of mods. I have a greenery mod that is great, and it makes it not like forest or swampy, but adds a bunch of trees, adds a bunch of grass and bushes, and just adds way more color. Like it looks like the world, it's like a Horizon Forbidden West style visual, where it's just a lot more green than the browns of the original game.
Right.
And then the most important mod, which is like the dialogue interface, where
it actually shows you what the line reads are. It
actually shows you what you're going to say.
Yeah.
So a lot of that type of stuff, like little small things. And I mean, I'm having a great time with it. I love that game. I know like a lot of people were really disappointed when that game came out. I think it's super fun.
Dude, I fucking love Fallout 4.
Yeah, I think it's great. It's very much like I'm not invested in it, if I'm being honest, because I've played it before. But it's like if I want to kill an hour and have a fun time, it's perfect for that. I've been engaging a lot more in the settlement building because I have a couple mods. Like one of them expands the settlement space for the major settlements. So like you have it goes farther into the Commonwealth, so you can build more stuff well as eliminating the like max number of things you can place. A couple of mods that give more options, like a lot of like the Institute style things that you can build in your settlements.
You gotta build a big modern Institute greenhouse for your grow op, bro.
Oh, that's such a good idea. Yeah, I haven't gotten there with Sanctuary yet. I've been playing around at a couple of the other settlements just to make them like feel a little bit better, and building houses and stuff out of more of the prefabs because I didn't have those. But I also I think it's called Sim Settlements.
Yes, Sim Settlements is so good.
That is fun, because basically you pick a plot and are like, I want this to be a residential plot, and then your settler builds their own house and manages it all, and you can do industrial ones or agricultural ones.
And they'll like level it up over time, and it'll change appearance and stuff. It's very cool.
It's fun. So I've mostly been doing that at the various settlements. But yeah, I'm having a good time. I think I'm like level 19, but I'm still fairly early. It made me remember I never played the Far Harbor DLC in the original game.
Okay.
So I'm definitely going to do that. Yeah, I'm definitely going to do that once I get, leveled up a little bit more.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm having a great time with it. A lot of the new guns do look really sick. And they're fun to use, and cool legendary powers and stuff like that. But things that aren't super overpowered, I really wanted to be sensitive to that because I don't want it to be mindless, because then I'll just bounce off of it.
Yeah.
I mean, Fallout 4, it's no Skyrim, right? Skyrim is, depending on the day, my favorite game, my second favorite game ever made. that game with mods, there's just more variety to add
Sure.
via mods in that game than there is in a game like Fallout 4 because it's more realistic. But it's a good time. What else you got?
Yeah, so I have two other quick games that I just played today. I picked up Above Snakes, which just came out. It's a survival crafting game, base building, because of course it is. So of course I'm playing it. But it's very cool. So it's like it's got a Wild West setting, but you play as sort of the offspring of a settler and a Native American person, and there's like zombies involved, so it's like a Wild West frontier zombie thing, and the perspective is isometric, kind of pulled back, and it's got some stylized, I don't want to call them like potato graphics, but they're definitely kind of like a reduced fidelity type, kind of pastel colors, and it looks pretty nice. There's some nice lighting and stuff going on, and it's the biggest kind of unique mechanic that it has is that it's a world made of large tiles. So you, through doing activities on an existing tile, you scout, and can then, like, in a very board game like way, you can scout like the next tile and choose what that biome is going to be and place it how you want it, and sort of you're building your world out as you do so, and like doing some main quest things and gathering resources to unlock certain tiles, and then picking where they go and the orientation, and like the thing, like you have to place, you can't place like a forest next to a plains biome tile. You need to first place a transition tile that is like plains forest and orientate it correctly. So there's a little bit of logic to how you're organizing and like kind of crafting your biomes and how they flow together, in a way that's really, really, it makes it more intentional than kind of mindless. So it kind of adds like a little bit of extra layer of strategy where it's like, well, I know I'm going to be farming this resource a lot, so I'm going to want to keep it close to where I'm making my base. And so I want to kind of take that into account as I'm forming these biomes and placing my tiles and stuff. So that's just like a fun extra layer on top of it. That's like a little extra strategy. And then it has all the base building stuff that you would typically have, with foundations, walls, windows, doors, all that other kind of stuff, cosmetic stuff. And the bigger base you build, the more stuff you have in it, the more buffs you get when you're in and around your home for different crafting things, like getting extra resources, more efficiency for things, etc., etc. So it has enough systems where it's not super overwhelming, and but it keeps variety, and it has a good pace and a good loop so far. I've put a couple hours into that so far, and I've really enjoyed that. So that's Above Snakes, which is pretty cool. And then the other game I played about an hour and a half, and also an hour and a half of just a little bit ago, is something that I saw Giant Bomb playing on their Unprofessional Fridays today. And it's called The Coin Game. And it's made by either a single person or a very small team. And it's basically a life simulator where the purpose is to go into these like arcades and like, play like skee ball and those coin pushers and pachinko type things, like little, those like fun arcade games that like, like Dave and Buster's or Chuck E. Cheese or whatever else, whatever your colloquial analog for that is. And you're like playing those games to get tickets and redeem them for prizes. And if you want, you can sell the prizes to like buy food, or you can go around and like babysit for your neighbor, or like deliver pizzas or newspapers to earn a little extra cash so you can buy more tickets and play more games and get more stuff you can decorate your garage with. Like, it's very strange, and the world is inhabited by there are no people aside from you. The whole world is robots, but they're like Weeble Wobble robots, where they're kind of shaped like an egg, and they kind of like roll around, but they're all like dressed up like humans,
And they eat pizza.
Yeah, presumably. And like there's a bus that runs a route that you can buy a bus pass for and ride it to different locations because it's on this rather large map with all these different locations to go to, like a pawn shop where you can sell stuff, different food vendors to buy food, because there is like you can play in a couple different modes. One of the modes is survival mode. There is like hunger and thirst. And you do have to be home in time for your curfew or your mom will get mad.
Is your mom a person?
No,
is she a
your
robot?
mom is a robot.
That's so bizarre.
Yeah. And you have a pet goose that walks around the house.
Okay.
It's a very strange game, and it feels like it feels like the kind of game I was playing on, like this like endless mode where you don't have the hunger, thirst, or restrictions. I just wanted to go to the various arcades and see all the games and play them or whatever. And like the actual mechanics of playing the games, and like the models and the way they work and the physics within the like little arcade games themselves are actually really like surprisingly good. And I think that's the thing that makes it work, right? Because that's what you're doing spending the most time doing is interacting with those things. And it's like that stuff is a lot of fun and like totally getting that dopamine rush of winning tickets and stuff, and then cashing them in for prizes or whatever. But it feels like the kind of game where in the survival mode, there's going to be some kind of a turn, right? Like it's going to become a horror game or something weird at some point. And like maybe there isn't. It's in early access, so maybe it's not in there yet, and it will be planned to be or something. I have no idea. But like, yeah, it seems like a game that could really be expanded upon, and I really hope it is, because what's in there right now is very fun and interesting and weird. In a way that I really like. Granted, I only spent an hour and a half with it, and I haven't played the actual survival mode, so I don't know how it's all balanced, if that feels good or whatever. But it's an interesting game. It's very strange. So that's called the Coin Game. And now I'm having a realization that here I am having good things to say about the Coin Game and Daymare 1998. And I started off the podcast shitting on Tears of the Kingdom. So I guess
different structure, different folks.
Yeah,
you know?
The moral of the story is don't listen to a goddamn word I say.
Well, in fairness, the compliments you were paying Daymare 1998 were mostly sarcastic and ironic.
True.
Coin Game sounds fun.
It is.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, Coin Game is fun. It's fascinating.
Yeah,
super interesting. So yeah, all right. So I'm not going to talk about stuff I watched, whatever. I know like that's your bag. You've watched and seen a bunch of stuff.
Well, yeah, and I mean, part of our, I guess, repositioning of the podcast in the original goal was so that we didn't do super long episodes. That hasn't worked out. But like things that are relevant, right? Like we talk about Star Wars, talk about The Last of Us, things like that. It's also worth mentioning the MCU stuff. I know, Kyle, like you've completely checked out of the Marvel movies and the shows and whatnot.
Not completely. I want to see Guardians 3.
Okay, and that was exactly going to be my question / point, is you absolutely should see Guardians Volume 3.
Awesome.
I watched Black Panther Wakanda Forever prior to the last podcast, and then forgot, which should tell you everything you need to know, which is why I didn't bring it up.
Yikes.
I found that movie to be very similar to the first, in that it just feels like someone who needs to go back to film school wrote it. It's just extremely amateurish in its plotting, and character motivations are super lacking. Characters do things that make zero sense. They change their mind on a dime in order to serve the next plot point. It's just, the writing and the narrative is extremely poor in this movie. I thought the stuff, how they honored Chadwick Boseman in the beginning of the movie was really well done and tasteful and made it fit into the universe extremely well.
Okay, that's good.
Unfortunately, like the movie centers around his sister, who I find both the actress as well as the character to be extremely annoying. And she's the main character of this movie, and so that certainly doesn't help. I thought that there was a ton of opportunity here to leverage like our real world experience. Because, like, the first game, they talk about like it's this extremely advanced, rich culture in Africa that has locked themselves off. And is that the right thing for them to do when black people across the world are suffering? And that's sort of Killmonger's whole motivation in his character of like, no, we have the power. We need to become the dominant race in the world and give other people a taste of their own medicine, and we can do this, blah blah blah. And that's kind of the narrative there. There was an equal opportunity in this movie to do something similar with the the underwater people, who I always conflate the DC version versus the Marvel version.
The Mer people.
Submariner is the name of the character. Fuck, no, it isn't. I can't think of who it is. I'm gonna try to Google this quickly.
Just call them Mer people.
Yeah, but like because they're I think it's Mayan or maybe Incan, like their descendants, they got special powers from their, I'm just gonna say Mayan descendant or ancestors, and have been living underwater forever.
Wakanda
and so they kind of
forever?
have. Well, yeah, they kind of have crossover with the Wakandans, and it's like are we enemies? Should we work together? How should we approach this? Namor is Submariner is, maybe Namor is the Submariner. I don't fucking know. There are the same fucking character in DC and in Marvel, and it's confusing. But Namor is the character who's like the leader of the sub underwater race.
Subhumans.
And so like they have a brief conversation where they're talking about like, yeah, like you all have experienced this from the outside world too, where they hate you and, you're not accepted. It's the same as us. Like we can team up and take people down. And so like they could have repeated a little bit of the first story, but with new characters. And so a new type of relationship, a new decision-making process. And they had the opportunity because it isn't Chadwick Boseman anymore. And they just didn't really make good on it. It just kind of like goes down traditional narrative tropes that I just found to be pretty uninteresting. It's just, I did not enjoy it. I think that much like the first movie, a lot of people got super excited because it's this like predominantly black cast, and it's talking about a lot of issues specific to like the black experience in America. And I think all that stuff is super laudable, but like as a movie, just like the first one, I just found it to be pretty lacking and like amateurish, and its writing and its direction, and it is what it is. People can love it. People can like whatever they want. I happened to not. Then I saw Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. I went in theaters. I did my thing, which I have not done since before the pandemic, which is get a ticket for a Sunday morning show, go to the nice theater that's near Atlanta that has reclining seats. So I'm in like, it's opening week, or maybe I think I went the week after, maybe. It was the Sunday after it opened, so it had been out for 10 or so days. And it was like, the theater wasn't even half full. It's glorious. Why anyone wants to go into a full theater at night to watch a movie with a bunch of jackasses, I will never understand. But that movie, like, because it's new, I'm not going to spoil shit, but it reminded me of Endgame, where it just felt like the perfect ending for these characters that I love. And by perfect, I don't mean happy. Sure. Bad shit happens in this movie, but it wrapped things up so perfectly and exactly like with finality, but also I know what the future state is of these characters. I don't need to see any of them ever again. I'm not going to say whether or not they talk about that, but like that could be the end of all of those characters, and I would feel very satisfied. Cannot recommend it highly enough. Okay. There were multiple instances where I got verklempt. There's a whole thing with Drax, just about him being a dad, and that really got me going for obvious reasons. But it's really, really good. And the main bad guy is one of probably the best Marvel villains since Thanos. Not because he's, super complex like Thanos. He's just eminently hateable because he's just a complete piece of shit, but he's compelling because of that. He's not this like wishy-washy, forgettable villain like most villains are these days. So yeah, that movie, it rules. It's great. And then I saw Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania, which I know came out before Guardians, but I saw it after because I couldn't force myself to go see Ant-Man because I didn't give a shit. But like, I think Kelly and I had been doing a bunch of work around the house in that evening. And so it was like 10:30 p.m. I was exhausted. I was annoyed because my night is ruined and it's late. I'm in a bad mood because I'm frustrated with the house stuff. And I was like, I'm in a shitty mood. Let me just finally watch this fucking movie that I know isn't going to be good. And it isn't.
That's a great way to go into it.
But it's not like, I knew it wasn't going to be good and it wasn't good. I enjoyed the first Ant-Man. I thought it was a fun caper comedy style movie. The second one I thought was like extremely forgettable and it had its moments certainly, but like just not that compelling. This movie makes good on the concept of Ant-Man as a character, and it does nothing. It does nothing for him. The whole movie takes place in the quantum realm. And so the whole, like, the fact that he's fucking Ant-Man and can get big and can't get small is almost irrelevant to the whole movie.
That sucks.
And, like, they have all these emotional moments with Scott and his daughter, who they recast. So there's, like, no chemistry between the two of them. And there's all these emotional moments between Scott and Hope, which are also extremely unearned. Not just because in the previous movies, they just aren't that close of a couple. They're very independent and like, they're not lovey-dovey. And so emotional shit just doesn't work for those characters. But also in this movie, they barely interact. And then they have a bunch of like, because there's story reasons for them to not be together most of the movie. And so they try to have these emotional things that's just, it makes it, everything feels very unearned. And I was shocked to learn that it's the same director that has done all three of them. Because this movie felt very disjointed from what makes Ant-Man a fun character. And it felt like a super genericized movie, which is only hurt by the fact that 99% of this movie was shot just on a green screen stage.
Yeah.
And it's just, all the characters have that sort of like feather effect because they've been cutting them out from the green screen. The backgrounds just look painted, not painted in a good way, but like super generic CG bullshit. And it's just, this movie, more so than any of the other recent Marvel movies, of which most of them have been bad, this movie is really like the low of the low in terms of no passion went into making this movie.
Yeah.
There's no passion from the actors, from the writing, from the characters, from the direction. There's no creativity. There's no innovation. There's just no effort in this movie. And that's bad. Like, that's not good.
Yeah. That fucking doesn't feel very good.
And then there's Kang, who is the big bad guy that was introduced in the Loki show, played by Jonathan Majors, who is currently on trial for like domestic abuse, and the rumor is they're writing him out or recasting him. No one knows, but he's the main bad guy in this movie. And like this movie sets him up to be the new Thanos. Like, he's the new main bad guy of the MCU. They've already announced a 2-part Avengers movie for the Kang dynasty. And this whole thing is like, he's a multiversal character, so there are like infinite versions of him that all have different personalities, and that's the whole thing. The stinger at the end of this movie sets up Loki season 2 with Jonathan Majors as a version of Kang, like back in time. And so I'm like, how the fuck are they going to get out of this shit? Like, I don't think they've already filmed all of Loki season 2. The bigger thing is, people like Jonathan Majors because he was in some like eldritch horror show recently that's based on a book. It's like Cthulhian style. I don't remember what the book is, but they made a show that I think it only lasted 2 seasons, and people loved him on it. I have only been exposed to him on Loki. I thought his performance in Loki was unbelievably bad. In this movie, he plays a different version of his same character, so he could have a different personality, and he is horrible. I just, look, I can say bad shit about Jonathan Majors because he beat his girlfriend, so fuck him, but even specific to his acting, like, I'm not trying to be overly judgmental about it. I have not seen anything that makes me believe he's a good actor. And the whole point of this is that he is the linchpin of the MCU's near future in all of these different variants of Kang, with all of these different personalities and different styles, and he looks different every time, and he's in different time periods. And like, this actor does not have the chops to do that. I'm in the minority in feeling that. A lot of people have loved his performance both in this movie and in Loki. I think he sucks. I think that he plays at all of the emotion. He just says lines in a way that he thinks would sound cool. He pushes emotion. Like, he does the thing where, like, he mostly is, like, very quiet. And then he has moments where he just gets, like, out of nowhere super angry. And it feels very high school play.
Yeah.
Like, he sucks.
Now is my moment to act.
Yeah. I just think he's a shitty actor. And now clearly a shitty dude. So it can, in my opinion, it can only be good news that he is no longer in this. Obviously, he should be punished for doing bad shit, but specifically for the movies, it can only be a good thing either to recast him or to find a way to bring in a new character. I'm sure they will recast him. This character is very clearly too, like, important to their plans.
Sure.
But it's a tricky spot. It's a tricky spot for them to be in to figure out what the fuck to do. But yeah, I mean, I went and saw Guardians in theaters because I had a lot of hope that it would be good, and I am invested in those characters and want to experience the end of their story without potentially being spoiled. And I accomplished that, and now I go right back to not giving a shit about anything happening in the MCU, but still watching most of it because I hate myself and I feel obligated.
Hey, welcome to the club.
Yeah. So that's MCU stuff. I don't know. I mean, I need to watch the She-Hulk show. I'll do that at some point with my wife.
That is one that I don't
care.
think I will watch.
I love Tatiana Maslany, the actress. She was in Orphan Black and she's a fucking badass. And Daredevil's in it. And I want to see what's his face? Charlie Cox back as Daredevil. Like, that's why I want to watch the show. That's it. It looks atrocious. Yeah. But I like Tatiana Maslany, and maybe she can win me over on a bad show, and I just want to see Daredevil.
Fair.
So, and I guess the last thing worth mentioning, still watching more Star Wars Rebels. The biggest thing here is, like, this show is getting too nod back to Clone Wars. Like, Ahsoka's in it. I brought that up last time. There's an episode where, like, I'm going to spoil fucking this show that came out 6 years ago.
Oh, no.
Like, Captain Rex is in it as an old dude. Like, it feels... There's an episode in the future, because I was reading some of the synopses, because, again, it can be hard to motivate myself to watch them. There's at least an episode where the characters go and hang out with Hondo, the, like, pirate guy from the Clone Wars series, right, who's, you know, beloved fan favorite character. But it feels like they're trying to recapture the magic of Clone Wars, because at the time that show had been canceled. And so it just feels like this is their way of trying to keep that show going, which makes it feel like it's losing its own identity. And the main characters of Rebels, which are not from Clone Wars, feel like passengers on a show that is more about the old characters than the new ones. And I'm not particularly enjoying that.
Yeah.
But I still want to finish it so that I can watch Ahsoka and know everything that's happening. So I'm still force feeding myself
and not worry about it.
Yeah, no, that's the right move. That's the right move.
Yeah.
But I can't. I'm too much of a completionist. So I force feed myself 2 or 3 episodes a week, and eventually I'll finish the whole thing.
Okay.
All right. Well, that's everything. We've been playing a little bit of movies and TV stuff. We got a whole hefty sections here. So let's move on, and we're going to start talking about the Sony showcase before we dive into the predictions for the rest of the things. Just chronologically makes sense to talk about what's already happened and then go to what's yet to come.
Yeah.
So it's a bummer. Like, they announced this like a week ahead of it even happening. We didn't know that the showcase was going to happen in May when we recorded the last episode. Otherwise, we would have done some predictions.
Yeah.
In all likelihood, those predictions primarily would have been wrong.
Yes,
because
they all would have
been
wrong.
A lot of what they showed here is bizarre. Bizarre is maybe not the right word. I guess, let me throw it to you. I just talked a bunch. Like, what were your general thoughts? We're going to go game by game, talk about it. I kind of categorized everything to things that make sense, but overall, like, what was your impression of what they showed?
Yeah, I think, kind of as an overarching feeling, watching it, it felt like Sony has chosen a new direction in which to focus a lot of its marketing and a lot of its capital. And I think that direction is in direct conflict with my tastes as a video game consumer and the types of experiences that I look for.
Are you talking live service,
multiplayer, live service, a heavy focus on some of their, Eastern partnerships and stuff like that. Like, I just don't tend to play a lot of those games. So there wasn't much here for me because I think Sony's fan base, right? We're looking for updates on some core franchises and core teams that have been a part of Sony's portfolio for a very long time, and we didn't get basically any of that aside from Insomniac.
Yeah. I mean,
every other big tentpole developer,
they were absent.
It was absent.
Yeah, like literally.
Yes.
None of the other first-party studios had any games as part of the showcase.
Yeah. Well, so there are for a lot of these games are, well, a couple of these games are from first-party studios. It's just not the ones you want to hear from at a showcase that is taking the place of E3.
But that's not even true. What other first party studios were there?
Because
Sword of the Sea is a second party. I believe it's an exclusive, but they don't. Sony doesn't own that company. I don't believe. Same with like Towers of Agsaba. I don't think that's a first party studio. I don't think there were any other first party games on here.
I'm trying to think. Jeff Grubb said something about it on Twitter. Let me see if I can find his tweet, because I don't feel like Googling all that shit right now. Just to
you know what? I'm being dumb. I'm misrepresenting the point that I'm trying to make, which is in terms of studios that we know are working on big games, we did not see any of those. Obviously, we saw a new IP from Bungie. We saw a new IP from Jade Raymond's studio. We saw a new IP from whatever that studio is that's working on Concord. I don't remember. Fire something, maybe Firewalker. So yes, we saw announcements of games from first party studios, but the games that we know are being worked on from first party studios,
we did not hear updates on.
Yeah, we didn't hear anything from Naughty Dog about either of their games. We didn't hear anything from Guerrilla about their Horizon sort of online multiplayer style game. We didn't get any from a variety of other, Blue Point. Oh shit, the Resogun studio, the Days Gone studio. I'm blanking on the names, but a lot of those we just didn't hear anything from, and so it made it feel like, in terms of games we know exist, it was just Spider-Man, and then a bunch of CG trailers.
Yes. Yep.
But yeah, I totally agree. I had sort of two major reactions to this, which were total agreement of what you're saying. Live service is the future. That's why they bought Bungie. Their hand is very clear in a lot of what they're talking about here. That scares me, both because it's not what I enjoy, much like you, but also strategically, the reason that Sony won the last generation, a bunch of reasons, in fairness. One of the biggest reasons why Sony maintained their leadership position was the amazing quality of their first-party games. And that those games were single-player narrative action games. God of War, Horizon, Spider-Man, Ghost of Tsushima. They had banger... Last of Us Part 2. They had banger after banger after banger. Yes, I'm including Last of Us Part 2, even though I personally don't agree. But point being, that was their wheelhouse, and they were crushing it. versus Microsoft, which was just, we're just going to acquire a bunch of studios that don't have vision. We're going to do a bunch of different types of things. And this pivot to live service, like, is that what the Sony player base wants? What the diehard Sony player base wants?
No.
I don't know the answer. I can't say no. I can't say that definitively. I can say it's not what I want. I can say it's different than what they have been delivering, which is a risk. What I don't want to happen is see the live service shit infiltrate every studio at Sony. I don't want to see, we're already going to see it with Guerrilla's Horizon multiplayer game. That's definitely going to be that. It's going to be a live service model game. Naughty Dog is making their multiplayer game. That is going to be a live service game.
Well,
so it's already happening.
We'll talk about that later.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying, right? Like,
yes.
That's already happening here. And the more resources that are devoted to those style of game, the fewer resources they have to devote to the games that put them in their leadership position. So I'm not saying, not trying to make it a huge doom and gloom, but like, that's a fear point for both me, my selfish games I want to play perspective, as well as their position in the market. Do they need to be taking this risk like this? They're trying to position themselves for the future, for this always online future, for, they're seeing all these other companies rake in money hand over fist for their live service model games. And obviously they want a piece of that. So the PlayStation brand is like the only brand that is profitable at Sony for the last couple of years. So I get it. It's just, I don't like it. The second thing that was the big standout to me is just, we are still feeling the effects of the pandemic. I hoped that this would be the thing. This would be the first point of like, okay, we're through it. Games are back. Progress is happening on all these developments for all these games. And the reality is, it ain't, bro. Because there are games that were announced a couple years ago that we continue to see nothing about. And that just tells me that we're still feeling it. And, we'll talk about Spider-Man in a bit. I was super underwhelmed by what we saw from that Spider-Man gameplay. Like, super underwhelmed. As a person who has loved both of the Spider-Man games. And it just feels to me, again, it's like it's missing something. It's missing some joie de vivre, some special sauce that I have felt missing from most games that have come out over the last 3 years.
Yeah.
And that scares me too. And all I can do is hope that next year will be the year where we're starting over. Post-pandemic ideas are being implemented in a way where people are able to focus on their job and not on their health and safety in a way that they haven't been able to. Like, it's impossible to do your best work when there's a global pandemic and all of this unrest that's happening. Like, every industry has felt this. So This isn't specific to video games. I feel this, man. I know you do too. Like, it's hard. It has been hard to find the same passion for things because of the pandemic. There is a lot of fucking trauma that we all have experienced that we're still working through and will take a couple of years to work through. It's understandable. But the end result thus far has been a lot of video games that are just lacking something. And I felt that in this showcase from the AAA games. Indie games are different, which we'll talk about in a second.
Those tend to be passion projects in and of themselves, so it is different.
Yeah. And it's way easier when it's a super small team.
Yeah.
A lot of those games probably started years before the pandemic. It takes a lot longer for these small teams to execute on that kind of stuff.
Sure.
So, I mean, like, other thing, like, generally, it just made me miss E3.
Yep.
Like, we saw fucking Jim Ryan for 30 seconds reading a teleprompter.
Yeah.
And that was it. And this show was like over an hour and a half long. It was boring, dude.
Yeah.
I was bored.
Me too.
Because it was like 3-minute CG trailer, weird branded PlayStation icon thing for 5 seconds, then a 4-minute CG trailer, then a different weirdly branded PlayStation icon transition. It was just like, there's a way to do it in a digital format, in a pre-produced format. It doesn't have to be live. You don't have to put people on stage. But put some dev diaries in there. Put a little bit behind the scenes. Do a little clip of someone introducing their fucking game. Like, something. There was no passion in this showcase. There was no humanity in this showcase. And that bums me the fuck out. I am excited for Summer Games Fest because at least we have Jeff Keighley bringing his charisma and his passion. And I'm sure there will be developers that are part of the presentations, and it will actually feel like a digitized E3 experience. But who knows about Ubisoft and Microsoft, what they're going to do and what their approach is going to be.
Yeah.
At least like we'll see more of Phil Spencer than we did Jim Ryan. Is his name Jim Ryan? Am I
no, that's right.
We're going to see Todd Howard for the Starfield shit. Like, we'll see human faces at least. But it might be more like this than Summer Games Fest is. And that just makes me miss E3 and the weirdness and the shit going wrong and just the live nature that you can't recapture.
Yeah.
I wish that they would have tried. I wish they would have put an attempt to make this more engaging than just a fucking 90 minutes of trailers.
Me too, man. It really bummed me out too.
On the positive, whole lot of like Cyberpunk style games, which is my jam. A lot of dope music in the trailers, and I just am all about that like 80s retro synthwave style visuals, neons, zippers, like funky haircuts. I'm all about that shit. So that was at least fun. Like a lot of games that leaned into that make them more appealing. Not saying they are appealing, but more appealing than they would have been otherwise.
Yeah, I just like... There's a certain style that's really popular right now where it is that, but it is sort of like this candy version of it. You know what I mean?
It's Watch Dogs. It's an overly neon.
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
It's like a fun post-apocalypse cyberpunk.
Yeah, and that's weird.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. It makes it feel very Gen Z.
Yes.
And that ain't us.
No, it's not.
we old as hell.
Yeah, I'm going to be 31 in a week.
I'm 35, my friend. I'm old as shit.
Well, yeah.
Okay. What do you say we dive into the game?
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
Originally we were going to do chronologically. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer. But for the purposes of this, I thought it might be more contextual to categorize the games into like the major themes, since that's kind of what we were talking about. So like there are the big third-party games that were shown. There's the litany of indie games that were shown. The whole section on PSVR 2 that we'll chat through. And then the main thing is like their approach to live service games, which is most of the new game announcements. And then a couple of other exclusives. And then, like, they showed a trailer for the Gran Turismo movie. We can talk about that.
We don't need to.
The movie looks weird. And then, like, obviously their new handheld and all that shit we can wrap up with, too. So, third-party games. They had more gameplay from Immortals of Aveum. It seemed very similar to me as the, like, gameplay demo that had gone around a few weeks ago or maybe last month.
This made me feel like it was a little more of a Doom-like than maybe I had thought it would be.
Okay, just because it was like fast-paced?
Well, yeah, and also it seems like the combat is kind of taking place in these little combat arenas.
Yes, definitely. Fairly linear combat scenarios.
Yeah, which that makes me a little less excited about it.
I don't know. I have like a little like, I don't know, call it like a red flag meter in my mind that just like a sixth sense about games in that way, just because I'm such a cynic. And this one is just like popping off in my mind. Like this, I don't think this is going to be good. The narrative is super self-serious. It's got that quippy main character who seems annoying as hell. And we mentioned this last episode, I need to see some UI. I need more context of what powers I'm using and what spells I'm casting to make it feel more real. Because it's looking like it doesn't feel that fun.
Sure.
There's a lot of explosions, a lot of colors, but it doesn't look like it's that fun.
Sure.
What does look fun is Ghost Runner 2. Are you like do you play the first one, or like
Dude, I
do you know
hated
about the first one?
I hated
Oh, that's
it.
a shame.
I played the demo. It's one hit and you die,
Right?
and I don't have the fucking patience for that.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like style, like fun mechanics, like the parkour
Sure.
stuff, sliding, running, jumping, blocking, attack, like whatever. Say whatever you want. It's one hit kill. I don't fucking have the patience for that, dude. I'm just not gonna do it. So if this isn't that, if they change that,
I'm sure it is.
I'm sure it is as well. It's probably just I won't play it. I'm sure.
Yeah, it does, and I never played the first. It always looked like it was really fun and fast paced, and it looked badass, and I really liked that. And I thought this was a fun trailer and leaned into that in a cool way. But yeah, I mean, realistically, it's probably not a game. It's a game that, as a callback, would go in my maybe section, meaning I'll never play.
Right, yeah.
And then we got Foam Stars,
Jesus fucking Christ. I felt like this was inevitable.
Yeah,
in a world where Sony really does just take things that are popular and steal
Square
them.
Enix, you mean?
Yes, I'm sorry, Square Enix.
Yeah.
This is just Splatoon.
I mean, yeah. But even before that, when it started with the CG trailer, it was like what you're talking about, that like fluffy, fun cyberpunk aesthetic, where I was like, is this a fucking just like multiplayer team-based squad shooter? Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's what it felt like.
And then when the reveal happened of, they're shooting foam at each other, I was like, okay, that seems odd, but maybe that makes it fun. And then it cut to gameplay, and I was like, oh my god, this is it's literally Splatoon.
Oh, as soon as they started shooting foam,
the audacity.
This is Splatoon.
The audacity is insane to just make that game.
Yeah.
It's wild.
Because it's also it's so much worse than Splatoon 2, because there's it has no distinct separate unique visual identity. It's that same aesthetic you see in like 3 other games in the same
It looks like
presentation.
Fortnite.
Yeah. And I guess like the one thing you can say about it is that it looks like the foam is also creating like terrain. And so there is some sort of like, there's a little verticality to it that Splatoon
But it looked, and granted, the game's not out, but that looked really buggy.
Yeah,
it seemed like it didn't always work.
Right. Yeah.
As soon as the Splatoon shit came on, I out loud went cringe. Like it was, oh boy, yeah. And then how about Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake?
This makes
we did not talk about this ahead of time. Yeah, I was like, is Kyle going to be excited for this or no?
And
I assumed
mad.
no. Yeah.
So, well, okay. I'm not mad that they showed it, because like we knew this was happening. We just didn't know. So like all right. So if there's a positive, it's that Konami is wanting to do stuff with the Metal Gear franchise again. That is a net positive.
Is it? In all sincerity, like, is that a positive?
Yeah, because the alternative is just no more Metal Gear for forever. Which,
but what if they just keep making awful games?
Then that sucks. But I don't think that's gonna happen.
Why?
Because
what Metal Gear game did they make without Kojima? Metal Gear Survive?
Dude, I can't. I don't want to have this conversation. So the thing that upsets me is that it's a useless CG trailer. It's a reveal to say that, hey, this project is happening, but they don't even tell you the developer behind it. They don't give you any kind of a timeline. They don't give you any information about it. Like, at least say the developer so we know who the fuck it is. But like, yeah, anyways. So like that remake.
And also isn't the game called like Metal Gear Solid Triangle?
It's Metal Gear Solid Delta. Like it,
but it's the symbol.
Yeah, yes. I don't know.
Not good for SEO.
Understand it.
Bad SEO strategy.
I don't understand it. But then I saw like a statement from Konami that referred to it as Metal Gear Solid 3, like the remake or whatever.
Right.
So I fucking whatever. So then they also announced the Volume 1 collection, which is Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and 3, which is important because those games were delisted years ago, and you have not been able to get those games or play them on any platform.
Oh man,
for
I
years.
forgot about that.
Yes, so this is they are coming back to digital platforms, which is a net positive. Those are going to be accessible to people again.
The timeline ran out where they no longer have to pay royalties to Kojima for every sale, so they decided to put him back on the market.
Bullshit like that.
That is 100% what happened.
The thing that I am incensed about is that there is still no fucking mention of Metal Gear Solid 4. The only way you can play that game is on original PlayStation 3 hardware.
Right.
Because you can't even play it on PlayStation now. Like,
is that your favorite one?
Yes. That is my favorite fucking game. It's my top 10 games of all time. And the only way I can play it is on my PlayStation 3. Oh, man. Because, like, the PlayStation 3 emulators aren't even at a point where they can play it well and stuff like that. Like, it's just because the PlayStation 3 is such a hard system to emulate, which, yes, that's the whole problem, I'm sure, and why it's so difficult to port it or remaster it or whatever. But, like, that's so much money you're leaving on the table. Like, figure it the fuck out. I don't care how you do it. Figure it the fuck out. Like, you have released the other games in this franchise in so many different ways and places, including the fifth one. The fourth one is the only one that we just seemingly cannot get access to in any fucking way, shape, or form. And that, it's just fucking unacceptable. So, I don't know. All it did was make me mad again.
I mean, I'll say this much. They successfully made a Kojima trailer. Because it was nonsense.
No, it wasn't nonsense. It was, it follows the lyrics of the song, the Snake Eater. Someday you'll feast on a tree frog, and blah, 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 Snake Eater. So, like, the tree frog gets carried, and the snake eats the tree frog. It's just the lyrics of the song.
Okay.
Yeah. So they didn't even do the Kojima trailer properly.
It made too much sense.
Correct.
It was too coherent.
No, there weren't enough.
Too well thought out.
Enough layers.
Yeah, whatever. God, fucking Kojima fanboys, y'all are insufferable.
Look, I'm not saying what Kojima does is good, but I do.
Yes,
but I do like it.
He could shit in a diaper, and people would be like, "Oh my god, he's amazing!" Like he
it's
is
a
the
metaphor
Musk
for
of
Metal
video games.
Gear. This shit in the diaper is a metaphor.
This will piss you off because I just came to a realization. Kojima is Elon Musk of video games.
Definitely.
So you like Elon Musk. Keep that in mind.
See,
you are an Elon Musk simp.
See, I don't like Kojima. I like the things that Kojima makes.
Okay.
It is different. I don't like Elon Musk.
I don't think that it is.
I like the Tesla. I think it's sad that the rocket blew up because that's a lot of money.
Conversation.
But like
Teslas are garbage vehicles.
Okay, I have ridden in one so many times.
Okay,
because my friend has one.
Yeah, riding in a car doesn't mean.
And I've talked to him about it at length. Anyways, and that flamethrower is pretty funny and cool.
Awesome. Epic win, bro. Go post that on Reddit.
Okay. I'm not defending Elon Musk. I'm saying I like the things that he's made and he and his development team have made.
Also, to be clear, no. He has not made any of those things, nor has his development team. He has bought companies that made those things.
Okay.
He had zero to do with anything with Tesla.
All right, you brought this comparison up.
I know.
I like the things that Kojima has made. It does not necessarily mean that I like Kojima.
I think it does.
I think he smells his own farts.
Oh, 100%. All right, Final Fantasy 16 seems crazy. It seems like a crazy video game. And then Alan Wake 2.
Looks good.
Yeah, I was very interested that there's like a second protagonist that you play as.
Yes,
that sounds like it's like a different place, potentially different time period. Who knows?
Well, yeah, because I wonder if because in the first game you're sort of playing through and inhabiting this sort of mental space that exists based that is being given form from the book that Alan has written or whatever. And so in Control, those types of things are made like manifest in a much more literal way. And so I'm wondering if that's the direction that they're going with this, where Alan's character is sort of existing within this cognitive space that is bleeding into the real world, and that's where other people are kind of getting dragged into that as well.
Okay.
I don't know. That's my working theory. But yeah, it looks really good. Also, the character model of Alan Wake just looks like fucking Keanu Reeves.
Yeah.
Which is
very, very clear.
Which is awesome.
They are hoping beyond hope that the rights get picked up to make a movie starring Keanu Reeves.
Oh, hell yeah.
They can all cash in. Assassin's Creed Mirage. What did you think about this?
If there's any game that could get me to play Assassin's Creed again, it's probably this idea of kind of going back to the roots of Assassin's Creed. I still feel like if I buy this, I'm going to play it for 8 hours and drop off.
Yeah, I have come around a little bit, because when I first saw this, I was like, all right, this is just like Assassin's Creed 2 from a fucking decade ago. They just made that. There's nothing new about it. It's the same like eavesdroppy shit, stealth shit, parkour shit, stabby, simplified combat shit. Like, again, where's the creativity here? Like, this is like, we gave you what you guys asked for. We made a game like the old games. When they just made the old game again. Like, that's not what we asked for. We asked for like a modernized version of that. So immediately I was like, fuck this, dude. Like, fuck Ubisoft, man. But as I've been thinking about it, I still prefer this to them making Assassin's Creed Valhalla 2.
Yes.
So it's something. And they've got, we'll talk in a
well,
little
and
later.
we don't know anything about like the moment-to-moment systems or how it plays or like what kind of side mission-y type things or how the mechanics of all that are going to shake out. Like,
yeah, we do.
No, we
do.
don't. We don't. We have a narcissistic view on what it probably will be, but if they could surprise us. I think
Ubisoft could surprise us. That is technically possible.
That's a sentence of words that you could put together.
But the bigger thing is they have all these other Assassin's Creed games that are more like the modern games. They like at least one of them is a big open world game like the ones they've been making, which just lends more credence to like this is supposed to be a stripped down, smaller, tighter experience, and that's a good thing.
Yes,
it's just that they should have tried harder from what we have seen so far. And you are right. Maybe there's more that they just haven't shown. That seems like a bad strategy. But I could be wrong, too, from a marketing perspective.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like, maybe everybody watched this and were like, hell yeah, I want to play the game that I played 12 years ago again.
Like,
I don't know why anyone would say that.
It would be cool if it's like a little more of a Hitman setup where it's a sandboxy thing where it's like your target and you have to kind of do the investigative work to figure out where they are, how to access them, what their schedule is, all that other kind of stuff. That is a much more interesting experience. That's what I'm hoping for. Go make
that game, bro. That sounds sick as hell.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for.
Go apply. But like, there's nothing in this trailer that makes you believe that that's what it is.
Yeah, I know.
And given Ubisoft's track record, they deserve zero benefit of the doubt. Is kind of what I'm saying.
Correct. Yes.
Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. Do you give a shit about this?
Once upon a time I did, but that was like 4 years ago when it was announced, and I was actively watching Grand Blue Fantasy.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, that was like 4 years ago, so I don't really
The only
care
thing
about
I have
it
to
anymore.
say is that I always forget that this is its own thing, and I always think that it's a Final Fantasy tie-in, and it isn't. Every single time I see something Grand Blue Fantasy, I'm like, oh, Final Fantasy spin-off, some weird thing.
No.
And then I remember that it isn't. Every single time. That's all I gotta say about that.
Okay.
Street Fighter 6. Do you give a shit about this?
No, dude.
No.
I will say, in the trailer, it was very funny. The player character clearly
Looks
does not belong
stupid.
in this world.
Yeah.
Does not
Like he
belong
just looks
in
like
this world.
he looks like he's like a dude
in
standing
a
next to
tracksuit.
fucking Ryu,
Yeah.
who is like built
Who
like
who
he's-
is Dom?
He
from
looks like a
Gears of
cartoon.
War?
Yeah,
Like-
he looks like a cartoon character.
Yeah.
It's like two different artists
Yes.
drew those characters, which
so
didn't talk to each
stupid.
other.
So
I had the
fucking
same
stupid.
reaction. Tower of Fantasy. The note I put here is that this is around when I started tuning out of the showcase. This
Same.
was when they showed Tower of Fantasy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
it's
is
a,
that.
you know,
What's that popular free to play?
Genshin Impact.
Genshin Impact. It's another one of those.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then Dragon's Dogma 2.
Surprise!
Which
This is a pleasant
people-
surprise.
Is it? I thought they had already said that they're working on this game.
Yeah, but I had no idea that it was at a point where they would actually show it off somewhere.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, people were super hyped about it. The Dragon's Dogma has a lot of fans.
Yeah.
I played 6 to 10 hours of the first game, so not like a huge chunk of time.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a long time, but comparatively, and just really didn't get into it. I put it in that like C tier RPG that you were referencing earlier, like just a lesser RPG, but it's got a ton of fans, and happy for them. What is in here seems cool.
Yeah.
It just feels very high fantasy generic RPG to me.
Sure.
And the story and the super dramatic voiceover, and yeah, there's nothing really that made it stand out, but it seems fine.
Yeah, the thing about Dragon's Dogma that has always made it stand out is not like the story or the narrative setup. It's the mechanics of combat and fighting, and
Right.
and like
Yeah,
the
'cause it's-
pawn system and all that stuff.
My memory is it's got some like Monster Hunter vibes.
Yes. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
fighting large creatures, and you can like jump on them and crawl on them,
Right.
and do all sorts of fun, crazy. And there's like crazy magic shit going on. Like you can like chain
Yeah.
spells and all that stuff. So yeah, there's some really cool stuff there. And then like the pawn system was like the main thing, where you would have these AI companions that you could then like lend to other players online,
Right.
and
Yeah.
they would like travel with your pawn for a time, and your pawn would level up and like,
Level
come back
up,
to you stronger, and et cetera, et cetera. So it's kind of a
That
cool
is cool.
system there. So I'm sure they keep that for this one. It's pretty integral,
Right.
to kind of the design of the game. So I'm sure that'll be in it too. And like they worked it into the lore of the universe and stuff. So I'm sure that's something they'll be keeping.
All right. And then a bunch of indie games. This to me was like the meat and potatoes. This is the shit that got me hyped up. A lot of these games I am extremely excited for. Starting with Sword of the Sea, which is by one of the creators of Journey, team that worked on Abzu and The Pathless. I wrote Journey plus Abzu plus snowboarding and the sand. Sign me the fuck up. This looks sick. I'm all about it. I want to play it.
Yeah, I like I won't, but
Okay.
I love how it looks. I think it's going to be a great one of those. I'm just kind of done with those types of game experiences. You know what I mean? Like,
What type of game experience? Like, how would you quantify that?
where
I don't have a good
it's
answer
about
for that.
like kind of like visual exploration, mechanics, light, evocative storytelling instead of like
Right.
literal storytelling. I don't fucking care.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I've played so many of them. It all blends together in my brain. It's like Journey, Abzu, like there are a bunch of smaller experiences that are similar to that or kind of ape that storytelling method, and they're all the same to me.
Did you play The Pathless?
No, I watched someone play The Pathless.
That, like, I didn't love that game. I found it got pretty samey. Like, it didn't hold up its end of the bargain over the whole, it was just too big given the setup.
Sure.
But, like, the flow state style movement and combat, I thought was, like, really, really cool. And, like, just a really innovative, fun take on movement. And Abzu is also phenomenal. And it's, like, that is the best controlling underwater game I've ever played, which is an admittedly low bar, but it legitimately is great. So from that perspective, I am really excited to see what they can do movement-wise in this game. And just like the little clip that they showed of like the sand half pipe, like that just seems fun. Give me like cool movement on top of what you're talking about with that like kind of ethereal storytelling. I'm into that shit.
Yeah, I know that's very much your kind of your niche that you're really into.
Yeah. Talos Principle 2 also seems cool. I have not played the first. I know it's a highly regarded puzzle game.
Yeah,
seems like there's like more narrative happening here.
There's a good bit of narrative in the first one too. There's a lot of like voiceover stuff and a lot of stuff happening kind of as you're solving puzzles. There's always something going on. So I was surprised that there's going to be a second one, just because it didn't seem like the kind of game that would warrant that happening. Right. So I mean that's cool.
And then there is Neva, not sure how you pronounce it. As soon as this game came on screen, I was like, oh, this looks like Gris. And it's by the folks that made Gris, which is dope because I fucking adore that game. It is so sad and beautiful and hopeful. And I mean, it's, exactly what we're talking about with sort of the Sea and Abzu. Obviously, it's, it's a 2D side scroller, but it's the same type of vibe as those games. This, like, I am really interested, I'm assuming, because it was basically just effectively a CG trailer. There wasn't real like gameplay or anything in the trailer. But it seems like it will have combat. I mean, the character like has a sword in the scene that they show. And I'm really curious to see them try their hands at that and see what that's like. But it's hard to make any assumptions because we really don't know what style of game it'll be. But I'm excited for it just on the strength of Gris. So, and then Cat Quest Pirates of the Caribbean, baby, game of the show.
Yeah, I played like half of the first Cat Quest. It was a fun.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was a fun distraction. It's a cute, it's all about puns and stuff.
Yes,
it was cute. Honestly, I will probably get this and play this.
Nice,
just because it was like a fun distraction. The first one was, so I don't know. I mean, if the price is right and there's nothing else out at the time,
that's fun. Yeah, I mean, it looked very kiddie to me, but like in a fun way.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't have a ton of. It wasn't like compared to the other indies. That was not one that stood out to me.
I remember
there were a lot of good looking indies.
Yeah, I remember the first one being very grindy, which I think is why I fell off it at a certain point.
And then they had Plucky Squire, which we have seen previously. That game looks
about this.
So fucking awesome.
Yeah.
I'm so excited. It's just, again, so creative in its like 2D, 3D. Like, my mind was blown in that first trailer when the character like jumped out of the book into a 3D world.
Right.
And it's very the like Link's Awakening remake. That style of like chibi, sort of like rounded edges, CG, 3D stuff.
Yeah.
It's just adorable. Looks awesome.
Totally.
Teardown is coming to PS5. Did you play Teardown?
Yeah, Teardown was great. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a whole like modding scene with Teardown.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Like crazy. You can do a 9/11 in Teardown.
Oh no.
You could fly a plane into the Twin Towers in modded Teardown.
Boy.
Why do we? No, I know why we do it. But
yeah.
I assume that won't be on PS5. that part of it.
Right.
that particular modding scene will probably not exist on PlayStation 5. But it seems like
No,
like some of the stuff.
No boobs in Skyrim mods, no terrorism in Teardown mods. Those are the two rules of the PlayStation Network.
Correct, yeah. The ecosystem. They did show off like a couple features that were not in the game when I played, like drawing stuff with spray paint and all that. Like, I don't remember being able to do that when I played the game on PC. It was in early access though, so I don't know if they've like. I'm sure there are extra missions and stuff that I've never played.
Right. And then Towers of Agsaba. I'm not sure if that's how you say it.
This looks
Weird
fascinating.
Spelling. Looks so interesting.
Yeah.
It's like a survival game, city builder game, big open world. Visually, it looked a lot to me like No Man's Sky, just like the visual density and like otherworldliness of the designs of creatures and plants and all that stuff. Yeah, I think this looks really, really cool.
Yeah, like skydiving onto the flying thing to like pick a shelter off its back.
Yeah.
It's really weird stuff, but I'm into it.
Yeah. Honestly, seems like a better PC game. Just because again, like that style of game tends to work really well on PC. And then Revenant Hill, which is again totally the same visual style as Night in the Woods. Which it's by Finji that are publishing it, who did Night in the Woods as well.
Right.
And then when I saw it, because it's the exact same art style, I was like, oh shit, are they making a Night in the Woods too? Hell yeah. But no, it's just like a cat game. But I don't know. I'm still excited for it just because I really like Night in the Woods. Finji does fun stuff. So I'm curious to check it out.
Cat games are popular, man.
Yes. Yeah. Pirates of the Caribbean and Revenant Hill. Cat games. Year of the Cat. And then finally Ultros, which was a weird one.
It's one of those situations where it's like, I can't believe they were able to make a game that looks like this.
Yes.
The art is so
awesome.
What's the what's the fucking word? Psychedelic.
Uh-huh. Yep. Because it's got like a good mix of neon and pastel. Like, it's like neon in the characters and in the foreground, and then the backgrounds are very, like, muted. Like, it feels like they mashed two visual styles together.
Yeah.
And that's really awesome.
Yeah, super cool.
Not sure, like, gameplay-wise, it seems like it's a Metroidvania-style side-scroller combat action game, which, like, who knows if that part of it will be good, but it certainly visually stood out.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna play it, but it looks really cool.
I'm not saying that. Although I don't tend to like the Metroidvania style games just because they overwhelm me.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to replay shit that I've played before. But there are always a handful of them, like the Guacamelee games. Like there are a handful of them that I get super into and love. So who knows? Maybe Ultros will be one. And then we had a whole block on the PSVR 2. Five Nights at Freddy's. Okay.
Yep.
Resident Evil 4 Remake. Which I guess they've done a really good job with the Resident Evil VR stuff. So presumably this will be good.
Yeah, the 7 VR that was exclusive to PlayStation, the first PlayStation VR was really good. Right. And then Resident Evil 4, the real one, VR, I played on the Quest 2, and that was fucking amazing. It was an incredible way to play that game. And now, I'm sure this version of the remake will be really good on PSVR 2.
Yeah. Arizona Sunshine 2.
It'll be a free update.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, free update if you bought the $500
correct
console.
Yes.
Arizona Sunshine 2, I really liked the personality in this trailer. Like there's a little scene where he like slaps a zombie across the face with like a pipe or something, and he just like slaps it back and forth a couple of times. That made me chuckle.
Yeah.
It's a VR game with zombies, so even if it's funny, like a Dead Island style, I'm sure it would be too scary for me.
Yeah, I really liked the first Arizona Sunshine. I played that on my original Oculus Rift, and then I've since replayed some of it on my Quest 2. And I really liked it. I think it seems like they're kind of refining some of the humor in this because it was a little cringy in the first one.
Interesting.
So I know, like, it was still a little cringy in this, but it has a little more
in
charm
a good way
to it.
Yeah.
This time than it did maybe the first time around. But I will totally play that.
Crossfire Sierra Squad, generic shooter.
Yeah,
seems bad.
I guess they feel like they have to do something with the Crossfire license because
I guess
the most recent Crossfire game was not received well.
Oh yeah, well, and Remedy made like the single player, I think, didn't they? Or at least like the narrative of the single player in that game.
Yes, did that actually come out though?
I think it did. And Crossfire X definitely came out.
Has created the game's single player offering. I don't know. All right, Crossfire X single player review on IGN. I gotta know. I gotta find out.
It was not well received.
Weak storytelling is only the beginning for Crossfire X's single player modes.
Eesh. I mean, that very easily could have been a working under duress or make this for us and we'll give you money for the thing you want to do.
The real issue is that both campaigns use a slight variation of the same atrocious gunplay and controls found in the multiplayer modes. So it just seems like the core game is not good.
Right. And then they showed some more of Synapse, which had been revealed previously. It looks like it's a cool idea. You kind of have like gravity powers and it's a shooter. It's so hard to see VR stuff translate to a non-VR screen because you just see all the like stuttering and weird movement in the hands.
And like visually it does not look good.
Yeah, it makes every game not look very good.
Right.
And so I'm giving Synapse the benefit of the doubt in that context because it seems like the idea is cool and the gameplay seems cool.
And the main voice actor is David Hayter.
And the woman in it is the chick from Metal Gear as well, I believe. Like the main chick that talks to you over the radio.
Oh.
I thought I remember reading that. Someone commenting on how it was fun that they were back together. But I could be misremembering.
Oh, the lady just Meryl?
Maybe.
Meryl.
And then finally on the VR segment, Beat Saber is coming to PlayStation VR.
Because it fucking should. It should be everywhere you can get it because it's amazing.
Yes, but they just want to charge you for it again.
Of course, yeah.
Okay, and then the big block here.
Yeah.
This is like the indie games to me were like the most exciting. Like that's the stuff I got excited about the most and look forward to the most. But this is like as we talked about this live service future, this was the section and these games that like set the stage for Sony's strategy going forwards. And it's not really particularly one that you and I want.
Correct.
But we're going to talk about the games. First was Fair Games, $? I don't know if it's Fair Games or if it's Fair Game or what.
Fair Game money.
But this is very clearly a competitive multiplayer shooter, team-based. Looks like 3v3, maybe 3v3v3v3v3. It's some kind of extraction shooter. I saw someone saying it might be more like Payday inspired, which at least could give it something different and interesting because, it's some kind of heist that they're trying to perform.
Right.
The big thing is this is from Jade Raymond's new studio, which like poor Jade Raymond has gone like a decade without releasing a game because her studios keep getting shut down.
Right.
But phenomenally talented, creative director. So that's at least something that like I believe in her project to have something cool about it. But if the end result is it is a competitive multiplayer team-based shooter, like extraction shooter, then it won't matter. I won't want to play it. So
yeah, I mean, it's got like that. It's the same Gen Z candy cyberpunk aesthetic, but like initially it was like, as I don't care about the look of this thing, but like okay, this could be like a fun heist co-op thing, like a Payday, and then at the end when the other team comes in, I'm like, okay, so if there's any PvP, I'm fucking out completely.
Yeah,
I will not play this game. So we'll see.
Right.
I'm sure there will be PvP because that's all the rage. But
yep.
which
kids.
is all my rage. But And then, all right, this is a fun one.
Helldivers 2.
Yes.
And this is more like, we don't know that this is a live service game. I'm making an assumption here based upon what they're showing. And which I did not sleuth this. I read Sony had made an announcement of their ongoing strategy, which is to continue not releasing their first-party games day and date on PC, except for their live service online offerings, because there will be crossplay. Helldivers 2 is releasing on PC, aligned to on PS5, which is why it's fair to make an assumption that this is a live service game. Sure. It also makes sense that it would be. It is a multiplayer game. Yeah. I liked the personality. I didn't know that much about the original Helldivers. I guess this is like this. Yeah, because it was like a top-down strategy shooter style.
Not strategy.
Right?
It was isometric, sort of like a twin stick kind of thing.
Like a twin stick, yeah. And this is like just a third-person shooter.
Well, I think so. However, there was that.
That's what they showed.
There was that thing on the bottom of the screen that said camera angles may be adjusted for whatever cinematic purposes, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, I didn't
So I
that.
really hope that doesn't mean it's isometric. I really hope it just means, we've rotated it around to the side for this shot, but really it is, standard third-person view.
Right.
Hopefully.
Excuse me. I enjoyed the sense of humor. It did, they're just eating Starship Troopers lunch, which, that's fine, but, I don't know, a little uncreative maybe. Even the design of the enemies is the same thing as the bugs from Starship Troopers. But yeah, I did enjoy the personality, and I know that first game has a lot of fans.
Yeah, and a lot of cool opportunities for awesome armor Helldivers cosmetics.
Hell yeah, bro. Low price of $20 will get you the green one.
And fun emotes to do with your friends.
Can't wait.
This next one bums me
Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's talk about Marathon. So this trailer, or I should say this trailer up until the last 5 seconds, is one of the dopest trailers I have seen in years. The music, the shot construction, the sense of tension, the visual fidelity of it. I was glued, it immediately showed Bungie, which is holy shit, it's Bungie's new game.
Yeah.
They've been talking about they have a new IP or a new game they're working on. I was so hyped up. And then the character gets shot in the head
by another
and
character.
It pans to reveal another character with two teammates.
Yep.
And I was just and then the character goes over the dead one, picks up something, and then it fades. And I was like, fuck.
Yeah. I was like, holy shit, are we getting a new single-player Bungie sci-fi IP? Because holy fucking shit, that rocks.
Yeah.
And no, we're not.
No,
it's an extraction shooter.
Yep.
So, fuck off. I will not play this.
Yeah.
I will not play this, Sam. I am.
It looks
I will not play this with green eggs and ham.
Though. Visually, the creative direction and the styling, it looks so awesome.
Imagine if that was applied in a genre that we liked.
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah,
just
absolutely.
Imagine.
Even the music sting at the end was so sick.
Yep.
It's just, it seems so freaking cool. And the shooting is going to be top notch.
Yep.
But I don't want to fucking play with a bunch of jackass 17-year-olds.
I don't want to get sweaty.
I refuse to do it, man. Yeah, I don't want to get sweaty. I just want to, relax with the boys. And by boys, I mean my kids, because I don't have any friends. It's just, it makes me so sad.
Yeah.
Destiny exists.
Yes.
And I get it. Everyone hates the competitive multiplayer in Destiny. So maybe that's why, they haven't been leaning into the PvP in that game for a while.
But, what is that? How does that make you feel about the potential for Marathon, though, being PvP?
Well, no, not necessarily, because part of the problem with Destiny was that it was built as a PvE game first. and then they added a PvP game where you have to use the same characters and the same guns and the same tuning and the same damage. And like, that's hard to do. I'm not giving them a pass. I'm not saying it shouldn't be good. But if they're building this from the ground up as this style of game, I don't think there's any reason to not assume it will be well made.
They should have just built this as a mode in Destiny.
But that's the whole point, is they're by doing it in Destiny, they're attached to those characters and that gameplay style. In this, they can do whatever they want.
Yeah, I guess.
I know you don't like it. I don't like it either. But the argument of, I wish they were making a different game, like, yeah, but that isn't useful because they aren't. They're making this game. And with this game that they are making, I have belief that it will be a high quality one of those. But I don't want to play one of those.
Yeah,
and that's just
I'm not gonna.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna follow the marketing and the development and see what it is. And if I'm gonna give a game a shot like this would be one that would attract me to it because of its Bungie and it looks sick as hell. But yeah,
if they have a PvE only mode,
which they won't,
I would play that.
Yeah, I'm sure they won't. Because they've got Destiny.
Speaking of Destiny,
yeah, the next DLC, I guess, the final shape, Cade 6 is back. People are hyped up.
I was expecting them to bring Cade 6 back sooner.
Yeah. And I mean, it looks like they're in some like ethereal plane. Like he might not be alive. It might be some like afterworld sort of thing, which could be cool.
Yeah, it gave me very title screen sequence of Final Fantasy X vibes, where like they're at Xanarkand around the campfire. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, love that intro. It's very long.
Yeah. Listen to my story.
Ha 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 ha.
That's a good scene.
No, it is a good scene. In context, it's good because he's doing it. Yeah. We don't. Yeah.
Anyways,
and then finally Concord, which again, I'm bummed the fuck out, and maybe we're wrong. But I mean, they showed nothing of this.
Yeah,
like
we have no.
They showed a spaceship and the name, and it's got that like 80s sci-fi movie font styling. This is by the team of like former Bungie folks, BioWare folks. That is a first-party studio. Sony purchased them. So when I saw this, I was like, okay, the pedigree's cool. I like sci-fi shit. No idea what this is. We'll just wait and see.
I like the look of the logo.
And then it came out that this also is a game launching concurrently on PS5 and PC, which probably means that it is a live service game. That does not mean that it is a competitive shooter. This could be an MMO style. It could be a Destiny style game. It would be weird if it was, but it also would be super weird if it was the same fucking game as Marathon is and Fair Game is.
Yeah.
So who knows? But the point that it is a live service game is it's a red flag. It's a red flag. Because if you start by saying we want to create a live service game, that is a bad way to make a video game. You should not start with how you want to monetize the game and then build a game around it.
So I have a quote here. From the PlayStation blog. Concord is a PvP multiplayer first-person shooter set in a vibrant sci-fi universe that's based on building connections and social play.
Is it a Strand game?
Yeah.
Motherfucker, dude.
Yeah.
Why?
Because this is all they're doing now. This is all Sony's doing now.
I don't want it.
It's bad.
I don't want this.
It's awful. Some other exclusives. Phantom Blade Zero. This is fucking vaporware. I'm just gonna come out and say it. This is fucking vaporware. This game does not exist like this.
There is a 0% chance that this game plays like this trailer was. 0% chance.
I think it will look like that when you play it. However, I think the amount of player input will be minimal. Like, it will be very much like a Batman Arkham, like, reaction timed type thing, where it's like very animation priority heavy. Like,
maybe. Well, I would say that's a bad comparison though, because the combat in the Batman Arkham games is great.
Yeah, but it's not like a Dark Souls, like intentional. Like, it's about timing. It's not like and he executes all of the cool moves. You're just kind of timing them out. That's what I'm saying.
Yes. Yeah. This looks like an arcadey Souls game,
right?
And yeah, I definitely agree that it won't play that way, just because that's impossible. Yeah. Just the way that, like, the parrying that the enemies did and the speed of the attacks.
It didn't look real.
And that's why I'm saying it's fucking vaporware, dude. The game that this studio made prior to this was a mobile game under this same IP. Yeah. This is a mobile game studio.
Yeah.
There is no way this game looks anything like how it looks in this trailer.
Yeah.
The way that the cinematic camera angles were working, like, it was janky as hell. And again, it's fake, dude. Like, there were multiple instances where the camera moved through an item in the scene in order to keep up with what the character was doing, which means that isn't a real camera. It doesn't work that way. This game's fake.
Yeah.
I'm calling it.
Yep.
It's also a stupid name. What the fuck is Phantom Blade Zero? Get out of here.
This is, so in aesthetic tone setting, it's like, it's a Sekiro-like that is set in, like a Dark Souls version of Japan, of China, right, as opposed to Japan.
Right.
So you're getting a lot of, like, ancient Chinese mythology and stuff mixed in there, which is a cool idea. However, yes, it's probably not a real game. Lastly, for games, we have Spider-Man 2. So I know you talked about this a little bit up at the top, but
yeah, and look, Insomniac has all of the goodwill I can possibly give them. They have not made a bad game since fucking Ratchet and Clank Full Frontal Assault. Like,
that game's
they're
still good.
One of the. It's not a horror. Yes, I shouldn't say bad. They haven't made a game that isn't awesome since Ratchet and Clank Full Frontal Assault. They are one of the premier studios in video games. This did nothing for me. Like, I'm sure the game will be good, but it lacked that thing. Like, and maybe it's just context, I don't know, but, like, the combat just seemed not different enough, not innovative enough. They showed a scene where you're playing as Miles doing some stealth shit where he, like, does a double takedown, which is a new thing. And then he does he shoots a web that he can walk on, which is a new thing. And, like, all of that's happening, right? Like, those are new systems that they're adding. The thing that you're supposed to do in a sequel. You can switch between characters. Maybe it's only at specific moments, or maybe it's GTA 5 style, where when you're doing open world exploration, you can play as either character. That'd be cool. But I couldn't get excited watching it. And it was it was like 10 minutes. I just couldn't get excited.
They showed too much of it.
That's probably true as well. Yeah. I will say I like that they're doing Venom for Peter Parker because it gives him more powers during combat. I was really curious what their approach would be after Spider-Man Miles Morales, because Miles has all those, like, Venom powers, which, did they call them Venom powers? Because that would have been really horrible branding. But his, like, superpowers, his, like, electric yellow powers in that game add a ton of new things to do in combat that Peter doesn't have. And so I was like, is it going to feel like we're taking a step back playing as Peter? Are they going to let us play as both? And then definitely Miles will be more fun to play. So they were smart in doing the Venom stuff because it gives Peter his distinct fighting style, but it's still... Hey, he's got more shit that he can do than he did in the first game. So that at least is smart. You can tell they're thinking it through. Again, Insomniac is incredibly talented studio, but yeah, the fact that they didn't have a release date is also a little worrying to me. Like, it's supposed to come out in the fall, but you don't want to put a release date. That just makes me a little nervous that it's going to get pushed. I don't know. I just have like kind of bad vibes about it.
Yeah. I think those are valid concerns.
The glider looks dope, though. That looks really fun. Because the swinging is great in both those games. Like, I want them to add more, acrobatics and like doing tricks and stuff on the swings. But the glider thing seemed really fun too. Lots like good speed and momentum and all that kind of crap. But
right,
yeah. And I don't know. In the story thing too, like they're leaning into Peter like having that rage inside of him because of the Venom symbiote, and the voice acting just wasn't awesome to me. Like the dude voicing Peter. Like,
yeah,
he just kind of talked. He was just doing this. Like, it just felt a little corny.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know. So, to wrap that up, like, not super impressed by this showcase. I've seen a lot of wildly different reactions online. A lot of people were super pumped about that Phantom Blade shit, but people are gullible. Generally, people have been really excited about Final Fantasy 16, which both of us are kind of about. Dragon's Dogma 2, obviously. Like, again, a lot of the indie games are very exciting to me, but that's not enough. Like, I still want my AAA goodness. I still want like 2 to 3 big budget games every year that I can play. They don't have to be exclusives, but even with the broader industry, there just aren't as many games coming out. And they're not as good as they used to be.
Yep.
So, we'll see. I'm super curious for the Microsoft showcase for Summer Games Fest. Jeff Keighley, I mean, he already said, like, temper your expectations. Like, that's really worrying, man.
Yep. I'm ready.
Oh, shit.
I'm ready to just drink my sorrows.
Are you going to crack open another beer? Is that your setup for that?
No, I don't. Oh shit! No, they're in the mini fridge right next to me. I could.
Don't do it.
It is 11:47 at night.
Yeah, I completely forgot about the hardware side of this.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
so like ready to just move
matters.
on. But like, it's worth talking about the Gran Turismo movie because this movie came out in like 1996. Like, what the hell?
This is not worth talking about.
Just, dude, the conceit, like, the David Harbour character being like, you're really gonna bring these gamers? Have you even been outside from your mom's basement? Like, it's the cringiest shit.
Shay, we just talked about this movie last podcast episode. What was the...
Oh, shit, did we?
The Last Starfighter.
Oh, yeah.
This is just the Last Starfighter.
It's the same. I mean, this is based on a true story or whatever, but yes, it's the same story. That's so funny. Yeah, it seems dumb.
Yes.
And then, again, we talked about this as a rumor, but they're like remote play handheld.
Yep.
I don't understand
I don't
the strategy.
get the use case for this.
Yeah, and it also looks dumb.
It looks
like someone stretched it out.
I mean, look, the PS5 is the ugliest piece of hardware I've ever owned, so I guess it makes sense that this would also be hideous. But apparently, all right, so this is also a rumor. Apparently the battery life is only 3 to 4 hours.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
What's the point of this?
Yeah, dude. Yep.
Like, literally the use case is like, I wanted to play God of War, but my wife is watching the Vanderpump Rules reunion. Like, that's it. That's the only time.
That's about it, yeah. Yep.
The earbuds look cool.
What the fuck? I wonder how much it's going to be.
I'm sure they're expensive as hell, but they got a funky case.
If it's like $150 or cheaper, okay. I get why this exists. If it's more than $150... there is no reason why they should have sunk money into the development or marketing of this particular product.
Right.
They also have PlayStation earbuds. Who fucking cares? They're also ugly. And that was the end of the conference. Or the
no, wait,
showcase.
no. That's what I was just talking about. I said the earbuds look cool. What were you talking about? That if they're $150.
Oh, the Project Q.
Oh,
the handheld.
That's not going to be $150. Are you kidding me?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
there's no way.
In terms of how much like value for the kind of use that it will have in someone's life as a supplement thing.
Oh yeah,
$150 I think is the cap to make.
It
get
won't.
People to
No,
buy
what
it.
I'm saying is there is no way it will be $150.
Right,
maybe $200.
Right.
I was saying I think the earbuds do look cool. I like them. I like the little case.
Oh my! I like
thought
the case, but the earbuds themselves are ugly.
Oh, I like the little the white and black combo. I think it looks
the
neat.
shape of them. They look stupid.
Sure. Yeah, they look futuristic and weird.
Like bad futuristic. Like
they
like
look
candy,
like candy cyberpunk.
Millennial Gen Z candy cyberpunk.
Oh boy. Well, okay, we got a million more friggin' things to talk through here. Let's talk through. You want to talk us through the schedule for all of the summer games shit that's happening?
Yeah,
here?
because now we can't just say E3 is these 3 days and here are the conferences. It's spread out.
Yes.
So the first thing that people probably don't give a shit about this, but I'll watch this Thursday. Well, I won't because I'll be on the road. But Thursday, June 1st is the MetaQuest Gaming Showcase. They're going to show off some new VR games. I assume Arizona Sunshine 2 will probably be on there. Tuesday, June 6th is the Guerrilla Collective. There's like more indie type titles would be at that. Wednesday, June 7th is the Tribeca Festival. I don't know what that is. I know it's a film festival, but there's a games festival that takes place on Wednesday, June 7th. I don't know what that is or what it's like. I guess maybe like games for art, games as art awards or something maybe. It's probably not going to be like a announcements type thing. It's probably more of an award would be my guess. And then the next day, Thursday, June 8th, that's Summer Games Fest. That's the big day.
The showcase.
Correct.
They have a bunch of stuff going on the rest of that weekend. But yeah,
correct.
The big presentation is on the 8th.
Right. And then that day is also Day of the Devs, which is, a lot of developers coming out and talking about their games, talking about game development in general and kind of trends in the industry and stuff like that. Movements, unionization, representation, stuff like that. And Devolver Digital has not announced when they're having their conference. You put this under Thursday, June 8th. Did you see that somewhere?
I thought I did. I thought they had said that it was on Thursday.
2023.
Well, this just brings up all of their old ones on YouTube. So I did a bad Google search.
It's confirmed for June
Showcase 2023.
2023.
Oh shit! Yeah, I forgot that Plucky Squire is Devolver Digital. All non-3 events in 2023. Let's see what fucking Dexerto.com has to say.
Okay.
I just clicked on the first one. Devolver Digital 2023. It just says June.
Yeah,
so,
I don't know if they have a definitive date for that yet. And then, so nothing on Friday, June 9th. The Keely's doing his like days of play stuff, like having people on, streaming, etc., etc.
Mm-hmm.
Saturday, June 10th is Future of Play Direct, as well as the Future Games Show, which is confusing, counter-programming. The Wholesome Direct, which I know my partner is very excited about, and the OTK Games Expo. Don't know what that is.
What? My friend.
What?
Why did you pull these if you don't know what they were? I thought you knew what these were. Why are we talking about the OTK Games Expo when you don't know what the fuck it is?
Because it's happening. It was on the list.
That just makes us sound like we don't know what we're doing here.
I don't.
Presented by Starforge Systems and Razer.
So we should probably ignore that one.
So it's some kind of indie games. We're a different kind of games expo. Okay, interesting. The OTK Games Expo will be a live stream celebration of the games industry hosted by OTK. Who the fuck's OTK? Is that a person?
I don't know.
OTK Network, content creators and media company. Who are the members of OTK? Oh, so it's like a bunch of fucking content creators, a bunch of Twitch streamers.
Oh God. Okay, I cannot watch that. Absolutely not.
So again, see, all you needed to do was that, and then we would have just not mentioned it. And who cares?
All right. The future of Play Direct. That is the Toonami, like inspired by Toonami kind of thing, where it's like the cyber chick in the spaceship talking to you or whatever. The glitch I think is that person's, what is that? It's not a fursona. What is the what's the fake fucking
Robosona?
No, well yes, but what's it called? A VTuber thing?
I don't know.
Glitch
no
is like this
clue.
person's VTuber or whatever.
Oh God,
fucking
I'm
stupid
so
thing.
old. I'm so old. I don't know what any of this is. I'm scared.
Don't worry about it. It really does not fucking matter. But and it's hosted by one of those freakos. But yeah, they show up a bunch of indie
no
games.
judgment. I'm just saying I don't get it.
I'm judging.
I'm not judging.
I'm judging. And then the Future Games Show. I'm not typing and searching this as I talk. Oh right,
I can hear you doing
the
mechanical keyboard is not very stealthy.
I guess the one that was last year was hosted by Ashley Birch. I forgot about that.
Okay.
So they just like look at some upcoming games. I guess they just kind of pick and choose things that they think are relevant and have developers talk and stuff. So there will be some of that there. I wish some of this was a little more clearly delineated as far as like associations with certain things. I feel like a lot of these are just like, we're friends with these people and these developers. Yeah. We're in a social group, so we're going to stream together kind of a thing.
It's the Wild West now.
It fucking sucks. So those 4 things are happening on Saturday, June 10th. Future of Play Direct, Future Games Show, Wholesome Direct, and the OTK Games Expo, which nobody should watch. Sunday, June 11th is the day that matters. That is Xbox Showcase, followed up immediately by Starfield presentation, as well as the PC Games Show.
Yeah, PC Games Show usually doesn't have that much stuff. It's like some hardware stuff, but not a ton of games.
Yeah. I mean, like Diablo and stuff like that will be there.
Sure, yeah, fair. Not a lot of announcements.
Right. Yeah. Kind of like, yeah, they talk about like some ongoing live service PC games and like upcoming content for stuff like that. They'll usually cover there. Then Monday, June 12th, the next day is Ubisoft Forward. And Tuesday, June 13th is the Xbox Showcase Extended, where they will kind of do deeper dives and gameplay presentations and developer interviews.
Show floor style.
Yes, yeah, kind of expansions on stuff that they cover in the proper presentation. So
that's the schedule.
Yeah,
we're not going to talk through all of those, partially because we don't know what the fuck half of them are.
Correct.
But really just like the 3 big ones. We got Microsoft, we got Ubisoft, we got Summer Games Fest. Yep. Microsoft. We went through kind of all of Microsoft's first-party studios. What are they working on? And what can we anticipate to see here?
Right.
Obviously, we know that from Bethesda, we're going to get a deep dive on Starfield, like Bethesda tends to do at all of their own showcases. I am frothing at the bit to see what this game is.
Me too.
Because my assumption dude, it's just Skyrim in space, and if that's all it is, like, sign me up.
Right.
Great. That sounds fun. But given the recent track record of Microsoft games, I'm nervous.
Yeah,
and given the track record of Bethesda games and how buggy they are and shit, I'm nervous.
Sure, yeah, I think that's valid. I am more nervous about their presentation of the information. Like, I think it's going to be a hard thing to show well. Because I feel like their games always are.
Oh, I don't.
I
feel like their games are pretty straightforward. It just works, Kyle.
Oh, right. Yeah, you see the mountain? You can go there. See the planet? Yeah, you can fly there. There's not going to be anything there, but you can go there. So that's what, yeah, we're definitely looking forward to getting some more information on Starfield to kind of see what they have to say there. And then just some of the other kind of Microsoft developers now that are in house post purchases and stuff. Playground Games, the Forza studio. I'm sure they will have some sort of a Forza game. However, they are also, or no, they did Forza.
Yeah, so Turn 10 is their Forza Motorsport studio. Right. Playground
Forza
Games
Horizon.
has been assisting, they've been doing the Horizon games, and they are working on the new Fable game.
Correct.
Which we've only seen a little teaser for.
Yes, so I don't know if we'll see more on that. I
would guess not.
Probably not.
I would guess not.
That one will continue to never happen. And will probably be given to a different developer at some point, would be my guess. The Coalition, there's got to be a new Gears game. It's time. So I'm sure they'll announce something.
It's been a while.
It's been a couple of years. Obsidian has Avowed, which I think they were targeting like a 2024, 2025 release last I looked.
We've only ever seen
the one
CG
stuff, trailer,
right?
I think.
But it's a fantasy RPG, right?
Like,
it's like a
Skyrim
style.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I would love to see some of that. That would get me extremely excited.
Yes, abso-fucking-lutely. Like, if Bethesda is primarily focused on Starfield and their sci-fi offering, having Avowed at the same show from Obsidian, who is well loved by the Bethesda community because of their work on New Vegas, that would be fucking awesome.
That would be a good timeline too. Like Starfield in 2023. Avowed maybe late 2024, maybe early mid 2025, because then Elder Scrolls 6 that's like a 2028 game.
Yeah. Yep. Totally.
So that spaces those out pretty well.
Yeah, agreed. Will we get it? Probably not. It would be nice though. Undead Labs, we got that teaser for State of Decay 3 2 years ago? ? So I assume we'll see something on that. I think that would be a good opportunity to showcase kind of how that's coming along. Rare has Everwild. I don't remember much about this.
Yeah, it's because it was announced in 2014. That's another game that the game's never going to come out.
Yeah, that's fair. So
I don't imagine we'll see anything there.
Either we see that or we see a different game that Rare's working on, and Everwild has been banished to the Dark Void. Speaking of Dark Void, God, that'd be nice. New Dark Void game. From Avalanche, they showed off that CG trailer for Contraband a couple of years ago from the Just Cause folks. That's supposed to be, from what people know of it, it's supposed to be sort of like a cooperative, heist adjacent, a little more like action oriented kind of a deal. Not necessarily like a bank heist thing, but I think more kind of thinking more adventurous related, like Uncharted, cooperative game. So getting some clearly, I'm a little confused as to what the game is, as is the general gaming public. So it'd be nice to get some details. Crystal Dynamics, they're working on that new Perfect Dark game, which was announced a few years ago.
That one, I would expect to see Perfect Dark there. It's been long
think that's
enough.
Realistic.
Crystal Dynamics doesn't have anything else. They're a huge studio. They don't have anything else that they're leading on, I should say. So that one, I think, is a big reveal that Microsoft can have. No release date. Probably just a CG trailer, but I would expect to see Perfect Dark.
Yeah. Machine Games, the Wolfenstein folks, they're working on that Indiana Jones game. I don't know that we see anything about this.
It'd be good timing with the new movie.
It would be. I just don't know that they're ready to show anything. I feel like it hasn't been that long since they've started on this. So they might not have anything to show. Ninja Theory, that new Hellblade game has got to be close to being finished. I mean, it was 2 years ago that we saw that gameplay slice, that kind of vertical slice or whatever. So they've got to be getting close now. So it would make sense to see something a little more robust for the new Hellblade game. Turn 10 for Forza. Probably see something motorsport related.
Yeah, when was the last Forza game? I mean, I don't follow their Forza series games at all. Last release, Forza Horizon 5 in 2021.
Turn 10 details Forza Motorsport's double showcase airing in June.
There
Will
you go.
include single-player career gameplay. So,
yeah, Forza, the new Forza Motorsport, no number, is expected to come out this year. So, yeah.
Yep, first appearance will occur almost exactly a year after its official unveiling during Microsoft's big Xbox Games Showcase for 2023. Yeah, so that, I think, looks like that's confirmed to be there.
Yeah, makes sense.
There'll probably be some shit on ESO.
Yeah, baby! ESO!
Have that lady screaming in the audience.
I'm happy for people that enjoy that game. It seems like it's a good community.
Yeah. The Initiative.
Yeah, like just a couple of studios that we don't know what they're working on.
Right.
So the Initiative, this was a studio that started a couple years ago. It's like a old Crystal Dynamics person that went over to start the Initiative, but like they don't have a game, I don't believe.
Okay.
Because I think they had one that was like canceled. Sorry, wait, hold on. Oh, they're also working on Perfect Dark.
Oh, okay.
That tracks.
Okay, so they're supporting that then.
Yeah.
I guess that makes sense. It's a person
and
from
then
Crystal Dynamics.
Compulsion Games, so they're the We Happy Few folks. Right. They haven't announced anything since they were acquired by Microsoft.
So, I mean, they could just be running support on some of these other things, or they could have their own new thing.
I mean, you have to imagine that Microsoft purchased them to make a game, not to be a support studio.
Yeah.
So, I mean, We Happy Few 1.0'd in 2018, so it's been a long time.
It certainly
But,
is.
Granted, they went through an acquisition after that game came out anyway.
Who owns 2K?
2K is a publisher. Like, no one owns 2K. Like, what do you mean?
Or I guess, like, who owns BioShock right now?
2K.
2K Games. So they're, like, their own independent thing still.
Yes. I mean, I'm sure they have a parent company that is, like, a multimedia company, but they're not owned by, like, an Embracer group or anything
Owned by
that,
Take-Two Interactive. Okay.
Right.
Got it. All right. I was just thinking it'd be nice to see, because there's supposed to be a new BioShock going on somewhere.
What is that? What is the new Ken Levine game? Judas? Ghost Story Games. Who owns Ghost Story Games? Self-published. Huh. Oh, no, they're owned by Take-Two.
Oh, hold up. This article as of February of this year, BioShock creator Ken Levine's new game now has an official release window. So the new game from BioShock creator Ken Levine is scheduled to be released within the next couple of years.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I totally forgot about that already, Judas. I totally fucking
yeah, dude. That trailer looked awesome. I just didn't know who their parent company is, and it's Take-Two.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. So I wonder if we'll see that somewhere.
Possible.
I mean, that could very well show up at the Xbox showcase, or just because they weren't listed as a partner for Summer Games Fest.
Right. Yeah, I guess in fairness, for how we're talking through this, the Microsoft section, we're only talking about Microsoft published games.
Right.
They will 100% have third-party games there.
Right.
And say, Ubisoft, there will probably be Ubisoft games at Microsoft. There will probably be Ubisoft games at Summer Games Fest. But for the purpose of the conversation, we're sticking to the Microsoft published games. Because, obviously, the Crystal Dynamics, they're not owned by Microsoft. Avalanche isn't owned by Microsoft, but they're publishing Perfect Dark and they're publishing Contraband. So, yeah.
Okay, yeah, it looks like 2K Studio Cloud Chamber is the one working on the new BioShock game. This is as of 2019, and it says it'd be in development for the next several years. So if that's still happening,
it isn't.
If that's still happening, it could now be in a place where they're ready to announce it.
I don't see that, man. With like Judas is so similar,
right?
And it's Ken Levine. Anyone that knows.
Yeah.
Like I doubt it.
Yeah,
I doubt that will happen. And then finally, with Mojang, they just put out Minecraft Legends. They've got the new, you had mentioned, there's a new update to Minecraft coming out soon.
Yeah, the new big update. Adding some new mobs and a bunch of other shit. And then they're releasing a Chromebook version of Minecraft that's supposed to also have feature parity between the Bedrock and Java versions. So it's a third version that they're going to be supporting, which seems kind of crazy.
Yeah.
But that is a money making machine, dude. So,
but yeah, that's Microsoft. Obviously, a handful of things in there that I wouldn't expect to see, but that's at least like all of their first party studios accounted for. How many of them end up showing up? There's a lot on that list of games that have been announced, but that were announced a couple of years ago and we haven't seen anything from. So Again, much like with Sony, it'll be very telling. If we don't see Avowed, we don't see Everwild, we don't see Contraband, we don't see Perfect Dark, that's worrying.
Yeah.
So
video games might be dead, bro.
Yeah.
Speaking of video games being dead, Ubisoft.
Yes, obviously, I'm sure we'll get more Assassin's Creed Mirage. I wouldn't be surprised because, they announced at their last forward all those other AC games.
Right.
Codename Red, which is their, I think, feudal Japan.
Yes.
Their, big open world one. Codename Hex, which seems like it's maybe like a horror style game. Who knows? They have Assassin's Creed VR that's happening. So more on any or all of those is totally possible. Underneath the Assassin's Creed Infinity umbrella, which is a bunch of bullshit branding garbage. So yeah, I again,
Infinite Assassin's Creed. My nightmare.
In my ideal world where these press conferences feel like press conferences, there's someone on stage talking about the vision for Assassin's Creed Infinity, and then they have big backdrops come up behind them with Assassin's Creed Mirage, and then Assassin's Creed Red, and then Assassin's Creed Hex, and then they, highlight Mirage, and it takes us to a gameplay demo, and then they highlight Red, and we get to see some little teaser.
Yeah.
If they, at least give some context for what's going on with Assassin's Creed. Might not happen. It might just be Mirage, because who knows where the other ones are in terms of development. But
sure.
Yeah.
I think they at least talk about, for marketing purposes, right? Word of mouth, direction. They at least do what you suggest, right? Have the banners for all the games and have a short synopsis for what type of game it is.
They say the words Assassin's Creed Infinity as part of the introduction.
Yeah.
And then X Defiant, which has been in beta. I watched some videos of some people playing it and seemed sort of mixed, or I guess muted reactions. But that game, there hasn't been a ton of buzz, a ton of marketing behind it.
No.
So maybe we don't see it. But it's a multiplayer shooter. It seems dumb to not give some kind of push behind it. So I would guess we see something there. Because, Ubisoft doesn't have a lot of stuff, man. That's announced, at least.
Right.
It's fucking Avatar Frontiers of Pandora, which is expected to come out in 2023, 2024, but has been facing a lot of delays and development problems. So who knows? They have Skull and Bones, which, that's coming out in March next year now?
Sure it is.
I don't remember how many times they fucking delayed it. At a certain point, much like Redfall, they're just gonna fucking release the turd.
Pinch the loaf.
Where is that? I have it on my big list somewhere. Fuck, dude. I don't even know. It doesn't even have a new release date. They just delayed it without a release date? That can't be right.
Maybe we'll get the release date at their Ubisoft Forward.
No one gives a shit, bro. Yeah, they don't even have a fucking release date for that game anymore. What are they doing?
Coasting.
Failing. They're not coasting. They're failing, man.
No, the developers are coasting.
Yeah. So yes, money runs probably. Out. We probably will see Skull and Bones, and it will probably have a March 2024 release date because it's the end of their fiscal year.
Yeah.
And then they have announced that they have a Star Wars game. No idea what it is. So that could be a thing. Far Cry 7 could be a thing. Also, things that were things and probably are no longer things. Beyond Good and Evil 2. The Prince of Persia Sands of Time remake.
Uh-huh.
Holy shit. That looks horrible.
Yep.
So both of those games are probably never going to come out.
Yeah.
They could. They could come out. Just release everything in March.
Ubisoft.
That's the answer. Yeah, I mean, that's a short list, man. And they're a huge company.
Yeah, because we know they're not giving us what we want, and that's a new Splinter Cell. So
right. How corny would it be for them to tease that at the end, just with the 3 dot, like the green lights of like, you know, Splinter Cell and just a title card?
That would make me just as mad as the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake.
Yeah, like just as a way to like get some goodwill and get people excited with, you know, they don't even have a plan or a vision for the game. They just put up a fucking title card. That'd be so shady, but absolutely something that they would do.
Yeah. Agreed.
I feel like we have predicted a Splinter Cell reveal every year for like a decade.
Yeah,
dude, I bet you. So
sure.
on my last YouTube videos that I uploaded were us doing predictions for E3 2015. And I'm pretty sure we predicted a Splinter Cell reveal at the Ubisoft press conference in 2015. I'm pretty sure.
Fuck.
It's never going to happen. All right. And then the big fella, Summer Games Fest.
Chonky lad.
They announced their partner list. Again, you know, Microsoft is on there, Sony's on there. We're not going to talk about those. But a huge list of developers, publishers. So just like a quick hitters here, because there are a couple big standouts, right? But Kyle, do you want to lead us through this mammoth list? It's all in alphabetical order.
Yeah, so Activision will be there. They're probably going to show off the Modern Warfare 3 remake. Would be my...
Are they? Because they're not on... Like, there isn't a Call of Duty game this year, right? Because they got away from their yearly schedule.
A year.
Yeah.
You're right. So, what do they even show then? A fucking map pack for the multiplayer?
Yeah. Probably something for Warzone.
Yeah. Some Warzone a new event.
A new map.
Wow. Amazon Games.
Crazy.
There's nothing else that Activision's gonna fucking... They're not doing shit right now. They're all... Yeah, anyways. Amazon Games... They have that Lord of the Rings MMO that they're working on. I don't know if we see anything regarding that.
Yeah, isn't it the same team that did their last MMO that like burned bright for a week and then completely flamed out?
I don't think it's
came out last year.
It's the New World team because they're still supporting New World.
I'm pretty sure it is. I'm pretty sure that it's the same team.
Who is making the Lord of the Rings MMO? Amazon Games and Embracer Group.
Because I thought I remember reading and like I had a similar reaction of like, wow, they're just really giving up on New World.
Well, okay, so they just announced. This was just announced like a couple weeks ago. Yeah. That they have reached an agreement to develop and publish an MMO. So they won't show anything. This is way too fresh.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, they won't show anything. So, sorry. I went to all of these developer and publisher websites and we're looking at their games catalog and pulling things. So this was apparently just added. So that will almost certainly not be there. They could show off a new Tomb Raider because Amazon Games now owns the Tomb Raider franchise. They purchased that.
Wait, Amazon did? I thought Embracer Group did.
Well, Embracer Group, yes, but Amazon Games is attached to that.
I see. Okay.
But yeah, I mean, they could have some sort of a CG teaser thing for whatever it is. Again, I feel like some of this stuff is just too fresh for them to have anything to show. Disruptive Games has a new IP. I don't know. They've done ports for Diablo 2, and they did the Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 and 2 port. And they did Godfall, which was not a good game. But they have a multiplayer action-adventure game, which is a new IP. So we might see that, because I don't know what else they've been doing other than this since Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1 and 2. Glowmade, which is a new studio, has an original IP. I have no idea the status on that. I don't believe they've made anything as this entity before, so I wasn't able to find anything.
Okay.
Throne of Liberty from NC, developer NC. It's a free-to-play MMO.
Fart noise.
Yep. They could show off some new content for Lost Ark or New World, which are both kind of MMOs that they have running. Lost Ark is more of a Diablo like. Okay. Yeah. Lost Ark is like a Diablo game. It's Korean, I think. Okay. And then New World is the MMO you were thinking of.
Yes.
That my friend and his wife got really deep into for a while, and I believe his wife is still playing New World, which is baffling.
People liked it when it came out.
Yeah, I liked chopping trees, man. That was fun. Because of fucking course I did.
It's like your favorite thing in any
is
video
chopping
game.
a tree.
It's chopping a tree.
Yep. Annapurna will be there. I looked at their games that they have announced on their website that have not released yet. Thirsty Suitors is a skateboarding story game. It's like kind of like alt culture, relationships and stuff like that. So it's kind of like a blending of some genres. Cocoon, this we have seen a teaser for before.
Yeah.
This is from the Inside Limbo guy. It's his new game.
Sounds familiar.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm looking at screenshots.
Yeah, and then I think there's been a trailer for this one as well. The Lost Wild. It's a first-person shooter survival horror with dinosaurs. So if it's any good, I'll like it.
Your Turok.
Yeah,
Turok film.
Yes, very much so. Well, yeah, like Turok and oh shit, what is that? Was that a Capcom or a Sega property? Damn it. It's like in the same survival horror style as the original Resident Evil games, and it came out around that time, but there's dinosaurs.
With dinosaurs?
Yes. Fuck, what is that called? Classic survival horror game with dinosaurs.
This sounds like we'd probably hate that game setup.
No. Dino
horror
Crisis.
Game,
Dino Crisis.
Oh,
Dino Crisis.
Okay. Yeah.
Because that's right. They showed this trailer and I thought it was Dino Crisis, and then it was like The Lost Wild. I was like, you motherfuckers, you're just cheating. Yeah. So Lost Wild. Forever Ago is like a road trip adventure game that seems like it has some nice art. Flock is a multiplayer co-op game of flying shepherds who are tending a flock of hover sheep. I don't know much else about it other than that little tagline there. Bounty Star is an over-the-shoulder 3D action game with mechs, farming, and base building, and it's kind of like a desert wasteland, kind of junkyard mech aesthetic, which seems kind of neat. And of course, farming and base building, very much my shit. Lorelei and the Laser Eyes is an adventure puzzle game. That's
a good name.
It is a good name. It's like a lot of black and white with then like very specific use of color to accent stuff. It's kind of a cool visual aesthetic. Skin Deep is an immersive FPS in space, and it has like a really weird description about not wearing shoes in space. Open Roads is a mother-daughter road trip adventure. So on Annapurna's website, those are the...
That's a lot.
Yeah, it is a lot. Those are the games that I saw that are not released. They could have other things. Not all of these things will be there. They could also have other things that have not been announced. But those are some things that are currently going on that we might see.
Okay. I'm going to make an executive decision here. We can't go through all of these in this level of detail. Like, let's do the big hitters. A lot of these we can talk about when they're shown, like on our next episode. So stay tuned. Look for the July episode. We'll be doing breakdowns of like all the cool shit that was at all these shows. But let's cover like the big hitters that we know will be shown or think will be shown, because we just can't. There's too many things on this list to talk about every single one of them.
That's fair. It's also 12:30 in the morning.
That's also true.
A little programming note for the listeners at home.
Look, and like we said, who gives a shit? The podcast is long, but given that we're over 3.5 hours, there's still a lot of stuff for us to talk about beyond this. We just can't do this. We can't do it.
That's fair.
It's too much.
Yeah. Bandai Namco, they have that Shadow the Erd Tree DLC for Elden Ring.
Yeah.
So that might make it.
People are going to be hyped.
Yeah, big time. I'm just going to say it'd be nice to get a new Katamari game. Just going to leave that on the table there.
When was the last Katamari game? They did Katamari Rerolls,
yeah,
right?
they've re-released stuff, yeah.
Okay, so it's still like out there.
Totally. And those have sold very well.
IP.
Those have performed pretty well. So,
but like, what do you do with another Katamari game?
The same thing, because it's amazing. Capcom. I don't know that they'll have anything new to show beyond what we've already seen at Sony's thing.
Right.
Like
RE4, VR,
Street Fighter,
Dragon's Dogma.
Maybe some Monster Hunter stuff.
Right.
CD Projekt Red, the Cyberpunk DLC, Phantom Liberty. Probably get a release date for that.
Hell yeah.
Maybe their next project is teased here.
I don't know, man.
I don't know either.
I think I read something, it was a couple of months ago maybe, just about like, because they have that strategy of like remaking the first game, plus they have their own like 3 different Witcher projects. And I read something about like that remake was not going well, and they had to be more involved than they initially intended, which was like screwing stuff up. So I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm just, CD Projekt Red's in a weird spot.
Sure.
Just with everything that went down with Cyberpunk.
Right.
Like, it's, to me, when they announced their vision of the future with all these Witcher games, it just felt like they were mapping out too far into the future unnecessarily.
Yeah.
So I would just hold all of that stuff extremely loosely. It's totally possible that we see a teaser for whatever they're working on after Cyberpunk is done, but I don't think it's going to be that Witcher 1 remake, because it seemed like that was not going well.
Okay, that's good to know. Devolver Digital, my only show note here is there is literally no way to predict anything they will show.
I mean, they'll have some bangers, though. We know that much.
That's true. That is the only thing we can say for certain.
What all do they got? Because they're doing Plucky Squire, Talos Principle 2, and Neva are all Devolver games.
Oh, okay, I didn't realize that.
So, I mean, I'm sure they'll have more.
There's that.
But what was it?
El Paso Nowhere was shown at a previous thing that looks fascinating. It's like a PS1 graphics, Max Payne, Matrix, dive and shoot, going through hell kind of thing. El Paso Nowhere seems fucking dope, and that's not come out. So I don't know. Who knows? Maybe we'll see some of that. That'd be cool.
They got a bunch of games on their website.
Yeah.
Skate Story is them. That looks
right.
sick. Angerfoot, Gunbrella is them.
Yeah.
They got a ton of shit
that
has already been announced. Wizard with the Gun.
Oh, right.
Oh, maybe that might already be out. But yeah, they got lots of stuff.
Yeah, they do. Digital Extremes, they'll show off more Warframe stuff. There's a big new update thing, a big marketing push they're doing right now. Disney, they have that Disney Illusion Island, that side-scroller game that's like co-op or whatever that they showed off a little while ago.
No idea what that is.
Yeah, I don't know either. I don't know what else Disney Games has. Like, they have stuff licensed out, so I don't know.
Right.
I don't know if
that
means that could fall under this umbrella or not. I don't know.
That absolutely could.
Yeah.
Because what Jeff posted was their 2023 partners, basically their sponsors.
Yeah.
And so Disney's got, like, you know, if there are Star Wars games, if there are Marvel games, like anything with their IP, that would count as that. It doesn't mean that they're publishing anything new.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. EA, since they don't have their own presentation this year, you know, that either means that we'll see a lot of their stuff in Summer Games Fest, or it means they don't have a lot to show. Probably the latter. They'll likely show off some more Immortals of Aveum, just as a marketing push. Probably no Battlefield, because I believe they're taking a break from Battlefield this year after the disastrous recent entry. It's too soon for them to tease a Dead Space 2 remake. The first one has gotten a lot of fantastic reception, as well as it should. I'm sure they will be doing a Dead Space 2 remake, but it's probably too soon to see anything from that. That new Mass Effect has been in the works for a long time.
Oh man,
we're not going to see anything about Mass Effect until the new Dragon Age comes out, which is probably the thing that we see some stuff of from EA. That's probably the thing. Is the new Dragon Age. You put on here Respawn's first-person shooter Star Wars game, which I had totally forgotten about.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably too early because they just put out Jedi Survivor. They are working on both of those games at once, in addition to Apex Legends. I doubt that we get anything here, but it's always a possibility. That seems like an announced next year for like a late 2024, or early 2025 release.
Right. Yeah, and then hoping they have some fun, surprising EA originals. Their little like indie publishing branch. Focus Interactive, Aliens: Dark Descent, Banishers: Ghost of New Eden, which is the new action RPG from Don't Nod, which I like their stuff. Yeah, they did like Vampire and those games. So a new action RPG from them. Banishers: Ghost of New Eden. Void Crew is a co-op sci-fi action game, and then Atlas Fallen, the Lords of the Fallen somewhat spin-off game, kind of a weird thing that we've talked about.
Well, not
before.
A spin-off, just similar name.
But I thought we said it does take place in the same universe.
Did we say that?
I think.
Did you look that up?
I'm pretty sure. Does Atlas Fallen take place in Lords of the Fallen universe?
That seems weird. Like why is fallen the operative word that connects all of these different IP? You're being silent too long.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
No one cares enough about this to make that important.
Oh, Atlas Fallen takes place in an original fantasy setting. Okay. It's just made
There
by
you go.
like
Fuck
it's
you.
just they're both made by they're both Focus owned. They're both Deck 13 developed by the developer Deck 13. Are they? Fuck, who cares? Who fucking cares? Nobody cares. Atlas Fallen. Gearbox Publishing.
I feel like we've lost it.
We've totally lost it.
Like that was the moment of like this. I feel like this podcast is done. Just right there.
No.
That moment.
All right. The other partners, right? Gearbox Publishing, Larian Studios with Baldur's Gate 3, Level Infinite has some stuff. They have that Dune Awakening RPG
game,
thing, and Nightingale.
That Nightingale seems weird and interesting.
Yeah,
maybe
for sure.
That's I don't even know. It's like kind of an MMO, but like you are in different realities.
No, it's not an MMO. It's just like co-op survival.
Okay,
but it did just get pushed into next year, I believe. Netflix is going to be there. They have said that they're releasing 40 games this year. Probably none of them are any good or interesting, so we'll just see. Paradox Interactive. They'll probably have some City Skyline related stuff, Age of Wonders, all that other kind of shit. Sega will be there. God, I hope it's not just Sonic. Square Enix, Final Fantasy 16, Foam Stars. They'll show some similar stuff off.
I'm sure they'll have something else beyond just those two games.
Yeah, hopefully, and maybe. Techland. They have a new AAA action RPG in an open world fantasy setting.
That I just grabbed from their website.
Right, so it's like an unnamed project that they have. From Techland, probably wanting to distance themselves from Dying Light 2. Warner Bros. Lastly, Warner Bros. Maybe some DLC for Hogwarts Legacy. I could see that happening. But given that was like a huge game for them, I don't think we see the new. Suicide Squad falls under Warner Bros. Right?
That is a good question.
I'm pretty sure it does, and if it
you
does,
know what?
we
Yes,
will not see it here because
that is Warner Brothers.
I think they're on like a PR blackout right now.
100%. They would be idiots to show that game.
Yeah. I just threw this in here as like a question mark. Could there be a new Lord of the Rings Middle-earth game, like the Shadows of War, Mordor thing? Maybe another one of those could be on the way, because there's this huge Lord of the Rings multimedia push happening right now because of the Amazon show, that I wonder if something like that could be in the cards.
But who would make it?
Bro, I don't know.
Because, like, they're two... Like, the studio that did... Hell, what was the name of that studio that did the Shadow of War? Because they just put something else out recently, I thought.
Oh, did they?
I thought. Could be wrong.
Monolith Productions. Games. Oh, they did Gotham City Imposters. Oof. Big oof.
Wait, you mean Gotham Knights?
Oh, Gotham City Imposters. Okay, that's
Gotham
super,
City Imposters was fun.
That's the super
Wonder
old game.
Woman. Wonder Woman is their next game.
Oh, okay.
Which has been announced.
Okay.
So actually, let me take it back. Maybe we could see Wonder Woman.
Yeah.
Because it's... I always forget. Because Rocksteady is making Suicide Squad, which we will not see.
Right.
And then whatever the studio is that made the Batman Origins, like the spin-off prequel, that studio made Gotham Knights.
Yes. Yes. Yep.
So, but they're both spoken for. But yeah,
right.
Monolith...
They're doing.
We could
Wonder
absolutely
Woman.
see Wonder Woman.
Yeah. Yep. That's the end of our predictions. Holy shit.
That's a lot. That's a lot of games.
Yeah.
We'll
Most
see
of
like
these will
30%.
not be there. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Oh man.
But yeah, like I said, next month on the podcast we'll have, likely not literally every game that was shown. In fact, we will 100% not have every game that was shown. We'll pull out the cool ones, the ones that look interesting, and like the big reveals. Hopefully there are some, and we'll chat through those next month.
Yeah.
Let's do the rest of the news. Just two quick stories,
Yeah.
or maybe not so quick. Two stories. The first being, as I mentioned at the top, just a couple weeks ago, Phil Spencer going on the Kind of Funny Xbox podcast and sort of, mea culpaing about Redfall, about the state of Xbox games.
Yeah.
He had some pretty direct terms that he used about Xbox firmly being in third place behind Sony and Nintendo. Yeah. And that, he paraphrased, but he said, like, releasing a great first-party game isn't going to catch us up to PlayStation, because in the PS4 days, that's when people made their decision on their digital library. Like the console they chose, PlayStation or Xbox, they bought all of their digital games because that was the digital platform. That was when that happened. And now they are on the next version. Like, they're not going to switch from Sony to Microsoft because of Starfield, because by doing that, they lose all of the digital games that they purchased on their PS4.
Right.
And it's like a really salient, interesting point that, like, I think is 100% correct.
Yeah.
And sucks for Microsoft.
Sure does.
Which it puts into context so much more of their strategy of
play anywhere,
collecting as many games as possible to expand their revenue potential, and putting those games in as many places as they can to increase sales. Like, that's why they're not making their games exclusive to Xbox. They're always on PC as well,
right? Because
they just want you to buy it. They know you're not going to go buy the console if you weren't already planning on it.
Right.
So they just want you to play the game, because that software sales is where the money is, not in hardware sales.
Correct.
Typically, these companies lose money on hardware for years until they, optimize the chips and the plastics and all that shit. So it's an interesting comment to be that transparent about it and like totally believable. There's also the wrinkle, right, of there's the ongoing bullshit around them trying to purchase Activision Blizzard. So him coming up there and like speaking from a position of weakness only helps their case.
Sure.
Of like, see, we're in third place. We're the little guy. Poor widow Microsoft. We're so small and poor. We don't have any money. We can't keep up.
Please, sir, I want some Activision.
Give me some more of this $64 billion acquisition.
More?
But yeah, I mean, it was just a really interesting commentary. And then, you know, he addressed Redfall directly and was pretty upfront about that. I'm not sure about how the folks at Arcane would feel about some of the stuff that he said. He did, you know, he took responsibility, which is bullshit, just like every bullshit executive does, because it's bullshit. Oh, I take full responsibility. And as a result of my responsibility, I'm laying off a bunch of people and I'm keeping my bonus. So thanks, everybody. You know, I'm so sorry. It's my fault. Absolutely. But yeah, there was a little bit of that energy happening.
Yeah.
He said that like Arcane was missing internal benchmarks for timelines and for creative whatever. Like he just made it like it's not a secret. This game didn't come out the way it should have, both in its performance as well as its creative vision. Which, like, again, I would love, which we will never hear, I would love to hear the Arcane side of that story. Were they forced to make this type of game? Which doesn't excuse them. They still made a bad game. But, like, if they're working under duress and not passionate about the project, that part of it isn't their fault. Having to make the thing that they don't want to make is not their fault. That's Phil's fault. That's the executive leadership's fault. So I don't know. It was a crazy interview. I was like, did he not get enough sleep? Like, what's going on here? He's just like, it feels like he has given up the race because he kind of has, and it's just a really interesting perspective.
Well, yeah, and so I can see how some of the language makes it feel like he's given up the race, but I've been listening to Phil talk for a long time. He just doesn't see it as a race. And he never has. The competition certainly has, but Phil has never, like, publicly said that he sees it as a race. He's always preached the, people are gonna just kind of go where their friends are, right? And it's not necessarily about making it the most attractive, flashy thing. It's about the services that you provide to the consumers and creating an online community that, can flourish and stuff like that or whatever. So like that's always kind of been more of his focus. And so I think this is just still kind of in line with that.
Yeah, I guess. Look, I like Phil as much as you can like a millionaire fucking software executive,
right? Because
they're all shitty people that you have to be in order to succeed in that business. But like, things are not going well under Phil's leadership. Things were rosy last generation, despite the fact that they were in second place because Microsoft was still doing well. They were still super profitable. They were putting out good games. Game Pass was doing gangbusters, which they try to act like they lose money on it, which is a bunch of bullshit. But like, look at the games that have come out in the last couple of years under Phil's guidance. Like, Halo Infinite did not do well. Redfall did not do well.
Well,
those are their two biggest releases.
That's what Phil's
of like the past 3 years.
That's what Phil's talking about. Is like they have been very hands off. And like kind of like letting teams work or whatever. And in some cases that has really worked out. And in others that has really not. And so that's what he's talking about. He says they need to kind of reevaluate their internal development process. And like how active Microsoft is in the development of games. Which, right. Slippery slope, right? Good and bad.
Yeah.
Like
because that used to be a great strategy.
Right. Teams need to be supported, but they also need to be given they also need to be given space. And so it's like every team's and every game is going to be different in that regard. And so, yeah, I mean, reevaluating their processes for how they make those kinds of determinations is critical. And that's what he's talking about here.
Yeah. It'll be an interesting couple of years.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens with the Activision Blizzard thing for sure. We'll have a huge impact on that.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, not that things are rosy over there either, but a huge influx of really well-known IP and really successful games, at least.
Yeah.
All right.
The second and last news story that we have is, it gives an explanation as to why we didn't see that Last of Us multiplayer game at the Sony thing, because it seems like it's in trouble. This is an article that came out like the day of as we're recording this. It seems like Sony brought Bungie in, and it was having Bungie do these kind of assessments of their other live service game development kind of process, and kind of like do an evaluation of those other games to see if there are ways in which they could be more successful as games as a service in the way that Destiny has been successful for Bungie. So Sony kind of brought them in as subject matter experts to take a look at these other games. And it seems like Bungie didn't think Naughty Dog's direction with the Last of Us multiplayer game was going to let it be a successful live service game. So they have kind of shelved that project a bit. Like they're kind of like stripping people from working on that and assigning them to this new single player experience that they are developing next. So where I think that multiplayer game was going to be the next thing from Naughty Dog, it seems like that's not going to be the case.
Yeah, and I mean, this is based on very little because I don't work in the industry, but like, I imagine this happens way more often than we hear about.
Probably.
They announced this game with no details.
Right.
It doesn't have a name. Like, it didn't, nothing.
There was a piece of concept art.
Some concept art. Yeah.
Of an environment.
So, like, because, you know, a buddy of mine texted me because he's like a huge Naughty Dog fan and huge Last of Us fan, who he also did not like part 2. But he was like, what the hell? Like, are they falling apart over there? Why did this happen? After this many years, they said they've been working on this for like over 5 years. Why is this happening? And it's obvious it's happening because Bungie, they're the experts when it comes to this, and they came in and clearly poked some holes because Naughty Dog hasn't made anything like this before.
Right.
They had their Factions multiplayer mode, which was very fun, but like what wouldn't have been a standalone product. The Uncharted multiplayer has historically been pretty fun,
right,
but would not work as a standalone game.
No.
So it makes sense. Like, it sounds like they were overly ambitious. They got excited about a thing that they were passionate about, but just didn't have the experience and the know-how. And either they didn't seek or Sony didn't provide the right type of help to get it where it needed to go until it was too late.
Right.
And had we not known that this was a thing, no one would care. Like, no one would be annoyed and think that this is like the next stage of downfall for Naughty Dog.
Yeah.
Because I bet this happens all the fucking time. I bet you this is not the first time this has happened at Naughty Dog, where they've canceled the game after a couple of years of development. It happens.
Yeah.
It's good that they are. I mean, and also, in fairness, they aren't canceling the game. They're just removing some resources from it.
Right.
Maybe they will cancel it, and maybe we'll never hear about it again. But I don't think that it's any reason to like be scared for Naughty Dog.
No, not at all. And yeah, I don't. It's not some sort of like doomsday sign or whatever. I agree. Yeah. I think this happens all the time everywhere. Yeah.
It is worth mentioning, like, their next big single player game. I would place a lot of money that it is not The Last of Us Part 3. They've said that, like, they have an outline for that story, but that they haven't worked on it. So unless they're just lying for no reason, I would imagine this is something different.
Yeah, and I don't think it's Uncharted either. I think it's going to be a new IP.
No. I hope it is.
Yeah.
I mean, I would love to see a new Uncharted game starring Chloe and Nadine, because I loved Lost Legacy and I liked their relationship.
Yeah.
I just don't know what that game is, how you make that interesting.
Or, like, fresh.
New.
Yeah.
Yeah, how you make it fresh.
Right.
So, yeah, I hope it's a new IP. But not something we're going to hear about in June.
Yeah. And, you know, like, as one of the last bastions of good, high-profile single-player campaigns, take your time. And please make this single-player game and not your multiplayer game. Like, I was tentatively excited about The Last of Us multiplayer because it was at least, like, a thing I would try because it's coming from Naughty Dog and it's Last of Us.
Sure.
But, like, I'm not that bummed out about this, if I'm completely honest. I would much rather they be making a single-player game.
Yes, I agree. All right. That's the news. Let's talk about some emails, because we have four fucking emails. Thank you all for writing in emails. No, there's no negativity.
Oh my God.
It's amazing that we got 4 emails. It's just that it's 1 a.m. and it's been 4 hours. But it is worth mentioning here. We got 4 emails, which is fantastic.
Yeah.
3 of them are about Disney World. I feel like I have passed into some weird universe where, like, this is a Disney World podcast, and, like, this is not a Disney World podcast. So we're going to do these emails. We're going to talk about Disney World. And then, like, let's pause on the Disney World emails. Can I ask listeners? Let's just, like, pause.
Well, now
just,
we're
like,
going to get a
pause.
bunch of them.
Yeah, now people are writing about Disneyland. Or like fucking Universal Studios.
Right.
Yeah. I don't even remember how the Disney World thing started. It was a couple months ago, right?
I don't remember either.
Right.
I'll take this first one.
Okay, go for it.
Email subject line, not spam. This one comes to us from Mike from server 117, and that's M1K3.
You got to give the backstory, though, for folks that didn't listen last month or don't remember.
Oh, then you should go back and listen to that episode.
Don't be an asshole.
That's literally something you say all the time. So Mike wrote into us last time, and we were a bit dubious about about Mike's personhood, whether or not Mike was a human being. Because it felt a little apropos of nothing. Mike's like, do you like Disney World? Do you plan on going to Disney World? What would Disney have to do to get you to go to Disney World? And it felt like something that ChatGPT regurgitated. And that's nothing to say, that's not to say anything bad about Mike. Because here we have an email that was clearly constructed by a human being, which I will read now.
Well, it starts, I'm sorry, Shea. I'm afraid I can't do that.
Oh, that would be very funny if it was. All right. Email from Mike. Hello. Went to Disney World, and it was fun, but you're right about the prep. A ton of research had to go into making sure we were able to do everything we wanted. Reservations for sit-down restaurants that fill up if you don't do them 60 days before exactly. Getting up at 7 a.m. to make sure you get a spot on the biggest rides, which all fill up in the first few minutes. Most food spots are not very good, but there are some real gems. This requires even more research through the clickbait slideshow websites. Yes, to find something that piques your interest. Special experiences are very expensive and hard to get reservations for, like the build a droid or lightsaber thing at Star Wars, Africa Safari Trek, visiting the cantina. Epcot World Showcase is awesome, agreed. To see all the detail in the different environments, certain food spots were surprisingly authentic. A lot of people there that had clearly drank way too much, which is annoying and trashy and an amusement park for kids.
That would be me.
I questioned that last sentence there. The whole family had a blast.
Dude, it's an amusement park for kids.
It's Epcot.
Do not act like Disney World is for fucking adults. No, it is not.
Disney World is for kids. Epcot, though. Epcot is different.
The whole thing is for kids.
Epcot's different.
You Disney adult weirdos.
Oh my fucking God. I'm not a dindy adult. The whole family had a blast, but to be honest, the prep and research I had to do behind the scenes for everyone was a little annoying. Shout out to the Defunct Land YouTube channel, which is extremely well put together docs about the parks and dumb decisions Disney has made. Burning through those also made a lot of Easter eggs in the parks pretty exciting to see in person. Apologies for being scary in the first one, Mike from server 117. Mike, you weren't scary. I just didn't know if you were real.
I respect my robot overlords.
Exactly. So this is interesting. The Defunctland YouTube channel, I didn't know about that, but there is a fan project by this guy who has been assembling a digital version of Epcot, as it was, like when it first opened. So he's like been in like to the point where he's like, there's this whole like Reddit. I don't know if it's all on Reddit or 4chan or wherever it is, but there's like a blog thing where he's like getting scans of people who have like menus from the original opening of Epcot, like food menus, like nice, high quality digital scans, and like putting those up on the board and like taking images and up-resing them to make 3D models of the space, and like inserting plaques and stuff for you to walk around and like get some extra history of it. And again, like a digital representation of those spaces, which is like a fascinating project. It also sounds like a nightmare. Like this person has this like indescribably passionate fixation on this park. And that is the thing I'm afraid of, Mike. Not you in your email. I'm afraid of the person who is making that. Because they're a psychopath. But they're an impressive psychopath.
You respect the psychopathy.
Yes, exactly. So no question from Mike in that email, which is fine. Just kind of an update. But yes, that all sounds terrible, and that is that's very similar to the experience that my partner and I had when we went during our honeymoon, was trying to squeeze everything in a day, and it just being a totally miserable time and not getting to do certain things. So absolutely.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem fun. I just want to go and walk around and get in line for a ride and stop at the thing to get the lunch. Like, that's what I want to do. And I can't do that. So I'm not going to fucking go.
All right. You take the second Disney email.
All right. This great email subject lines, by the way. Mike's not spam. And then this one from Dallas in Austin, Texas. Email subject line, Disney. Growing up, my siblings and I never got to go to Disney. We were always told, we ain't need to go to Disney. We got Disney at home. Went with my kids recently, and it was so worth it for the kids, but I totally get if it's not for you. You are completely right about other destination trips for the same cost. My wife and I had to do a ton of research on how to get on all the rides and eat at the places that don't suck. Surprisingly good food if you do your research. But seeing my daughter meet Elsa honestly made me cry, which was an insane experience for me. I haven't cried from something emotional like that since she was born. I know it sounds dumb saying that, which, like, no, Dallas, that does not sound dumb at all. I just said that I cried watching Guardians of the Galaxy multiple times.
By yourself.
By myself, yeah. No questions this week. Love the pod and would love to see a Heavyweights reboot. So, yeah, I think Dallas is the one that actually wrote in last month about like good IP that are rife for reboots. Yeah. Heavyweights. I think that's on
Ben Stiller.
Is that on
right?
Disney Plus? Yes.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's on Disney Plus.
Okay.
I scroll past it every once in a while, and like when it comes up in my like recommended thing or whatever, I'm like, oh yeah, I should give Heavyweights another watch.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yeah, totally.
So thanks, Dallas.
Yeah, thanks, Dallas.
And then ironically, we've got another email from another person in Austin.
Yes, this one is actually from my friend Connor.
Yes,
Austin, Texas.
I thought that was true.
Yes, so I will take his email.
I'm bummed that Connor doesn't have a name that sounds like a city.
Yeah,
because if it was Dallas from Austin, Texas, and like maybe what's another big city in Texas?
Connor, from now on, you'll be known as Fort Worth. All right, this email comes from Fort Worth in Austin, Texas. Email subject line, Disney Bland. First time, long time. Not true, Connor. You've written us emails before, just not since we've come back. Not a robot yet. My wife is a Disney adult. This is very true. So I have some experience with the recent state of the parks. Had to chime in for the first time with a discussion Kyle and you were having. I guess this is addressed to Shea.
It's addressed to me.
Yep.
And then my name is
You're right. My wife goes to Disneyland and World both at least once a year to compete in the marathons at each of the parks. She also had her bachelorette party at Disney World. I remember that. I come along to...
No, this says she also had her bachelorette party at World.
Well, yeah.
This is the Disney adult life. They refer to them as Land and World.
They leave out Disney because everything is Disney. Everything is Disney. And Connor goes along to each every other year. Having her take care of everything makes the park so much more enjoyable. There are tons of fun rides, awesome food spots, memories we've made there, but there's so much pre-work you have to do to get the full experience. So some kind of running themes through these emails. If I didn't have her, I would totally be lost at the place. We had some friends recently go just to see Galaxy's Edge, but they didn't do any of the research on what to do before. So they didn't get to ride anything, eat anything good, or do any of the experiences. They could only just comment on how well done the theming was in the bathrooms. I feel bad for
the low price of $4,000.
Exactly. I feel bad for all the families that just don't do any of the background stuff before going on their trip that they've saved up so much for, because there's so much to be missed out on. I honestly have a blast every time we go, but I understand it's because of my Disney adult wife bias. I agree that a trip to the beach is cheaper and everyone can relax instead of having one parent freak out the whole time to make a schedule for everything, while the rest of the family has the trip of a lifetime. If you want my personal opinion, I honestly like Disneyland better because you can do everything in just 1 or 2 days max. With Disney World, it's always a week-long thing and very easy to get Disneyed out. Disneyland has just as many rides as Disney World, Galaxy's Edge, Avengers Campus, and you're in LA, so all the best food and beaches are only a few miles away. If you ever decide to go, just make sure you look up some stuff beforehand or reach out to someone that has recently gone. Extra bits here. Good reboot ideas from from Fort Worth. Disney's Gargoyles series. Hell yeah.
Okay.
Loved it. Children of the Corn.
No, pass. Absolutely not.
Clockwork Orange reboot.
That feels... And the next one, too, writes Truman Show.
Yes.
You know, Connor, your opinions are your own. We have too many remakes and reboots and shit in this world, and rebooting seminal movies like Clockwork Orange and The Truman Show is like heresy. Like, are we gonna remake fucking Star Wars: A New Hope? Like, let's get out of here with that.
I mean, look, think of how many times we've remade the Bible. Know what I'm saying?
Totally. You're so
I'm so wise.
Yeah, you're so wise.
Connor also recommends a reboot of all of the Star Wars prequel movies.
Absolutely not. If we remade the prequel movies, that would take my sweet, sweet boy, Ewan McGregor, Obi-Wan, away from us.
Right.
And that is something I cannot stand.
Yeah.
Dude, if we want to wait a decade and then fucking remake the sequel trilogy, go for it, man. Absolutely. But like the prequels are beloved to me. They are bad movies, but they are bad movies in a way that I love. The sequel trilogy are bad in a way of they're made by people who hate Star Wars.
Look, Fort Worth, if you're telling me you want to get rid of Dax, I say nay.
Nay.
His diner
face?
Is the premiere set in all 9 of the Star Wars films.
I mean, it is one of the only sets that wasn't filmed on a blue screen soundstage.
Yes. But Dax was portrayed by a tennis ball on a stick.
And what's his face? The actor that played Jar Jar, he got his redemption in Mandalorian.
True. Yeah.
Which is nice.
True. I have a feeling Fort Worth, most of those suggested reboot ideas were meant to make us upset.
Gargoyles is a good one.
Gargoyles is a good one. But see, I think I know Fort Worth, and he leads with a serious one and follows it up with bullshit ones that will upset us.
I mean, but if he actually meant that, now you're just hurting his feelings. Because he's like, wait, really like a Clockwork Orange. That would be a really cool one to remake, but you just think I was trolling. Like, that's extra mean.
You should feel bad.
Because
Because
not only did I shit on his idea and say no, fuck off, don't remake that movie. Now you're like, he didn't even mean it in the first place.
he can't possibly have meant it. That's how stupid it is. Anyways, the improv stuff was fun. Have you guys thought of doing a draft for anything?
Yes, I love this idea. I wrote it down in our show ideas doc that I keep like a running thing for when we like need segments. I love that idea. We will definitely try that in the future.
Totally.
For those that aren't familiar, basically just like, you know, like an NFL draft where we would pick back and forth to say, you know, we got to pick 5 video game characters to go on a road trip with. And then Kyle picks one, I pick one. I pick one, Kyle picks one.
And we can't pick the same ones.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a fantastic idea.
Totally.
Would be even better with more people on the podcast. Like if we had maybe
True.
like 3 or 4 hosts. But we, you know, you and I, we could still find a way to make it
Look,
a fight.
we're carrying this motherfucker 4 hours and 15 minutes in. So I think we're doing A-okay. Fort Worth signs off by saying love the show and thanks for coming back. Hey.
You're welcome.
Thank you for coming back, Fort Worth.
I do want to make, just going back to the Disney adult commentary here. Connor writes specifically the phrase Disney adult wife bias, which I just really like. I just like that phrase. It's just it tickles me.
That's good.
I wrote it down as a potential podcast episode name. I think I have a winner, which obviously if you're listening to this, you know what the podcast episode is called. But Connor, just know that you inspired a finalist with Disney adult wife bias.
That's very good. All right. Email number
the last
4,
email.
The last one. Take it away.
It's not about Disney World.
It's not. It's amazing.
But it's also like, I was Kyle and I, we were talking about this, and I was texting him when I was reading through these emails over the last couple of weeks. Y'all's emails, it makes me feel like I'm losing my mind a little bit. Because this is like month 3 of Disney World content. And again, do not hear what I am not saying. I greatly appreciate all the emails. Love the engagement.
Super.
It's amazing.
Totally.
I love the conversations we have. Like, I love reading them. It's just the idea that, like, on a podcast about video games, we somehow have devolved into every episode devoting like 20 minutes to talking about Disney World. It makes me feel like I'm losing my mind. We had the email from Mike last month that was like, is this a robot? I don't know. And then now here, an email from Kevin. Kevin, thank you so much for writing in. Excited to talk about your topic. But like, Kevin writes in with like some real life advice shit here. And I'm just like, y'all, what's happening? Because look at the first. All right, okay. Here's what Kevin says. Hey guys, 515 trophy score.
Okay,
which
first off, all right.
That's made up. I have the highest trophy score in the land.
That is like, also, it doesn't even put a period on the end of it. Just hangs it as a 3-word, a 3-chunk paragraph, and just moves on completely. Just like drops a fucking atom bomb on my nuts and then walks away and talks about pizza and sandwiches.
No, because that's the thing, right? So this is the first part of Kevin's email. Would love to hear your top 3 sandwiches. Mine are Italian, roast beef, pizza sub. It was at that moment that I fucking closed the email tab. And I was like, I can't do this right now. What are we doing? I love, like, again, do not hear what I'm not saying. I love this question so fucking much. Kyle, I'm dying to hear what your top 3 sandwiches are. It's just insane. It's Kevin, why did you ask this? What caused you to add? And it's the transition. Would love to hear your top 3 sandwiches. Mine are Italian, roast beef, pizza sub. Great choices, by the way. We'll come back to that.
Yeah.
Because immediately asking for our top 3 sandwiches, Kevin says, writing in to ask your opinion on core friend groups. Do core friends get away with more than friends you make later in life? So let me read this again. Would love to hear
No,
your
you
top
gotta
three
go.
sandwiches.
You gotta start.
Hey guys, 515 trophy score. Would love to hear your top 3 sandwiches. Mine are Italian, roast beef, pizza sub. Writing and ask your opinion on core friend groups. Do core friends get away with more than friends you make later in adult life? Like, so I took Mike to task last episode for writing his email like a robot. Let's be real here. Mike, you did much better this time around. Kevin, this is an AI generated email. You can be honest with me, my friend. You can be honest with me.
Man.
You typed in weird questions to ask on a podcast. And these were the 3 that it came up with. 515 trophy score. What are your top 3 sandwiches? Let's talk about core friend groups as you get older.
No, okay. So here, I have a theory, right? The thread that ties these all together.
Yes.
Kevin plays games with his core friend group on PlayStation.
Okay.
And he has the highest trophy score out of all of his friends at 515. His friends also happen to love sandwiches.
No, I think Kevin owns a sandwich shop, or like he's planning to launch one.
He's going to open
and
one.
this is his market research.
Yes.
The larger part of this email, and there are several paragraphs which we have not even begun to read, but the latter part of this email asking about this, potentially serious topic of how hard it is to have friends and things that cause friendships to break down as you get older. That's all like he created a sandwich in his email where the meat of the email is asking about sandwiches because that's what he really wants.
Yeah.
The bread, the intro, the trophy score is the top slice.
Mm-hmm.
The lengthy description of the core friend group conversation, that's the bottom slice of bread.
Yeah.
But the meat, the good stuff in between, that's the top 3 sandwiches.
Yep.
He's trying to slide in his sandwich question and make me like, oh yeah, it was just a casual, like, who cares? Oh, it's sandwiches. That's a funny question. When in reality, this is free market research.
Yeah. He's like Charlie Day on It's Always Sunny, and he's got like lines drawn across different podcasters and what sandwiches they like. And he's got this diagram going on. I'm on to you, Kevin.
Oh yeah. All over it. You can't get it past me.
All right.
I found the robot last month. I can definitely see your fucking sandwich email.
Your sandwich fetish.
Okay, let's finish Kevin's email.
Okay.
And then we can talk the second part, and then we can end with sandwiches.
Yes.
Because that's just a more funny way to end.
Sure.
So, writing and ask your opinion on core friend groups. Do core friends get away with more than friends you make later in adult life? I have a small group of friends I keep in touch with from high school, and that's all I can really imagine being in wedding parties for or caring about being in wedding parties for personally. I recently did a surprise engagement for my wife after living long distance for a couple of years. Finally, she moved to my city for her dream job, and it was the perfect opportunity for me to put together a surprise engagement party. I invited her closest family and friends in the area that I've met and enjoyed good times with. Everything went perfect, and she completely loved it.
Congratulations, Kevin.
However, yes, congrats. However, there's a friend that she's close with that I have never met in person just due to us being long distance, and the couple of times we did try to meet up, this friend canceled for COVID. This friend texted my wife that she was offended for not being invited and was not sure if she wanted to be friends going forward after not being invited. My wife agrees that this is ridiculous, but are we missing something here? They've been friends for about 10 years, but is being offended for not being invited fair? What's the move here? What does a core friend group mean to you guys? Thanks for bringing back the pod, Kevin.
All right.
This is a multifaceted question.
I have a cut and dry thing here.
Okay.
If I am interpreting the situation correctly based upon Kevin's narrative, this was a surprise engagement for his wife.
Mm-hmm.
So his wife did not participate in the invite process.
Mm-hmm.
So why would the friend be offended at the wife for not inviting her when the wife wasn't the one who was doing the invitations?
Yeah, yes. I think that is a potential resolution to this problem if that conversation hasn't already happened where, like, Kevin, your partner can just talk to her friend and say, I didn't make this, we're sorry, we didn't intentionally leave you out. Kevin doesn't know you, whatever, you can talk around that.
Yeah.
But like the core point of like your friend being offended for not being invited, I mean, offended is an aggressive word, but like I get that. I get why she might have her feelings hurt for not having been included because they've been friends for 10 years. The additional complication is just that, Kevin, like, you don't know this friend.
Right.
You've never met this person. So it's tough, right? It's gray. You didn't do anything wrong. You didn't intentionally like, I don't like this person, so I'm not going to invite them. I think, honestly, like, the best resolution is to just apologize for not inviting them. It wasn't malicious. You didn't know this person, and so you invited the people that you knew were there. Obviously, your partner didn't intentionally not invite this friend because she didn't know who the invitees were.
Or that there was going to be an engagement party.
The idea that this friend is now like saying, I don't know that I want to be friends with you anymore, that is a problem. That is
their problem.
Like, yeah, I don't know this person. I don't know the actual relationship between your fiance now and her friend. Like, they've been friends for 10 years, but is it volatile friendship? Like, I have no idea, but I can't imagine this situation happening to me and me like ceasing being friends with the person because of that.
Yeah.
It would suck. Like, my feelings
if,
would definitely be hurt.
Well, so that's the thing is if your feelings are hurt, actually, then it means that you care about the person, and that's why your feelings are hurt. So why would you stop the friendship if you care about the person just because your feelings are hurt? You know what I mean?
Well, I don't know about that. Like, relationships end when people care about each other for a bunch of different reasons. Just caring about the person isn't enough to maintain a friendship or any type of relationship.
I mean, but in order to have your feelings hurt, it means you have an attachment to that person.
Sure.
And you care about them, but you care about your friendship because that is the reason why your feelings are hurt. So why? I just don't get that.
The way I interpret this, and I'm putting myself in the mind of this friend, which it's, not fair, but in my opinion, this person is like, I do care about you. That's why my feelings are hurt. I don't want my feelings to continue being hurt by this situation or by our friendship or you not being invested enough in me or what, it could be a million different things. And this was the straw that broke the camel's back, blah, blah, blah. But like, specific to this point, I think it's ridiculous in a vacuum that this friend would cancel their friendship for this one thing.
Right.
And the best thing to try to do, which if you have not already, is just apologize. It wasn't malicious. You're really sorry.
Yeah. Just be like, I've never met you.
Let their feelings be hurt. Their feelings are valid for being hurt. Let them feel that. And all you can do is apologize.
Yeah.
So what are your top 3 sandwiches?
I was waiting for it. Okay. Number 1, chicken salad sandwich on a croissant.
Oh, wow. That didn't even come to my mind.
Yeah,
That's
dude.
a great one.
Oh, it's so good.
The problem, chicken salad is tricky, though, because I'm picky with chicken salad.
Well,
like, if it's got too much... Like, the people will make chicken salad with, like, fucking grapes and stuff in it.
I'm not saying chicken salad sandwich on a croissant as, like, any chicken salad sandwich. I think it's implied that it's one that I like.
It's one that you... Yeah, that's fair. Because you guys don't... I lived in the South for so long, I don't even remember. You guys don't have Publix in the Midwest,
No.
right?
Mm-mm.
Publix has the best chicken salad I've ever had. It's so fucking good. And I do exactly that. I buy a container of chicken salad and a container of like 10 croissants. And like, that's my lunch for the next 3 days.
Yeah.
And it's glorious.
Yeah. What's
else?
your number 1?
Probably Italian sub.
Yeah.
That's always my go-to.
Yeah.
Because we get a lot of sub sandwiches. I don't eat at Subway that often anymore because we've got better sub places like Firehouse Subs and There's another one that's like a New Jersey style, but they both have just an amazing
Jersey
Italian
Mike's.
style sub. It is Jersey Mike's.
Yeah, we have those here. Jersey Mike's is really good. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I think. All right. So my number one, chicken salad on a croissant. Number two is from Jimmy John's, the Vito, which is an Italian sub with their hot peppers.
Sure.
I could eat that sub once a day for the rest of my life and not be mad about it. In fact, I did just that for a long time. Like at work, I had a Jimmy John's. So for like a year of my life, I would get Jimmy John's for lunch basically every day of the week. And I would get that sub because it's incredible.
Jimmy John's is very good.
Yeah. It's simple, which I like. Yeah. It's like, because the bread is they don't do a bunch of shit with the bread. Because that's where you kind of lose me. Like if there's too much bread, it like a ton of seasoning.
I could go either way with that.
I like Jimmy John's because like it's clean bread. Like I'm not getting my hands dirty with it, which is tough with a sub. Sub can be a messy affair, so that's why I like the Jimmy John's packaging of their sub, because it's got like a hard exterior, but it's like a nice thin hard exterior. So it's like
fucking hungry.
Oh, me too.
It's 1:30 in the morning. How am I can't eat. I can't drive to Taco Bell at 2 in the morning on a Friday night, right? I have got 2 children. I can't do that, right?
What if we both do it?
I'm gonna do that.
Me too.
Okay, let me finish talking about subs.
Yeah,
and then
that was my number 2. What's your number 2?
Shit. So I need your, and I guess not your permission, but like Philly cheesesteak. That's a sub.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because, like, if pizza sub counts, Philly cheesesteak counts.
Yeah.
Then Philly cheesesteak is, like, number 2 with the bullet. Like, it's...
Okay.
That is... Italian sub is in a tier of its own, and then Philly cheesesteak is in a tier of its own, and then everything else is way below. And I mean, I'll do a chicken Philly cheesesteak. I'll do a regular cheesesteak with, some shredded beef or whatever on there, like pulled beef. I don't like it with mushrooms, but everything else. Give me the hot peppers... Give me the, whatever funky sauce you want to throw on there, the onions. I'm all about all that shit.
Nice. All right. My number 3, it's very specific. It is a foot-long tuna on Italian ribbon cheese with provolone and jalapeno peppers from Subway.
That sounds disgusting.
It should be. By all rights, it should be the most disgusting thing a person could put in their body.
Tuna at Subway?
Yes. Yep. It should be the most disgusting thing known to man. I'm going to say my body doesn't like it when I eat it, but I love it. But that's why I have to put it at number 3, I think, because it should be so vile and my body reacts poorly to it. So... But I just fucking love eating it.
My number 3 is boring. Like, I think that chicken salad, which I don't consider, because it's not really a sub, but if we're talking sandwiches.
Yeah, sandwiches.
But at that point, like, a burger is also a sandwich. I guess he does say sandwiches.
He says top 3 sandwiches.
But, like, is a burger is a sandwich. And that, I guess, my mind went to, like, long buns. Sub buns. So I wouldn't consider chicken salad there. So point being, my number 3 is gonna sound boring, but it's like, it just makes me happy. And it's like a nice cold, like some kind of cold cut sub. And because it's got a lot of customizability. I'll do a turkey and ham on there. I'll do like a Black Forest ham and roast beef on there.
I feel like
I'll
you're
do some
cheating.
like sliced chicken.
You're being
Wow.
you cast a wide net, I think.
But I guess, maybe I am. But that's what it is.
Have some cojones, Shea.
Then I don't have a number 3. Then I don't have one.
Son of a bitch.
Because that's what it is. It's I just like a general sub, because I can put, like, I'm always going to put lettuce and tomato on there, but like I can throw some cucumbers on there. I can do some banana peppers. I can do some bell peppers. some oregano, some sprouts. Like, the options are endless, and it always is delicious. So then if I can't choose it, then fucking fine. I'll do a damn chicken salad then.
Okay.
Because chicken salad's great.
Okay.
You asshole.
Hey, thanks, Kevin, for the lovely questions and the confusing array of them.
Yeah, the ordering of questions.
We have
roast beef isn't my favorite. I'm not a big roast beef. I'll do Arby's roast beef.
Yes, that's
something
the
about
exception.
something about like roast beef on a sub. It's just not my choice.
See,
I will always pick turkey or chicken or ham.
My issue with the roast beef like that is on a sub, like that cut of it, is it tends to have some gristle and fat in it. Mm-hmm. And I'm all about texture, baby. And so that
super
bothers
thin sliced. The Arby's is so good.
Yes.
I wish Arby's was open at 2 a.m.
Well, because Arby's isn't really roast beef. Arby's is like liquefied beef that they've like reconsolidated and then sliced very finely.
It's like, it's beef grease.
Yes.
Just like, thinly sliced, congealed beef grease.
And that's what makes it so fucking good.
There's another potential name for the podcast.
Okay. You're playing fast and loose here.
Thank you so much to Mike, to Dallas, to Connor /Fort Worth, and to Kevin for writing in on emails.
Oh, hey, Shea, if I have an email, where should I send it?
Is the email about Disney World?
All right, you got me. It's about Disney World.
Put it in a garbage.
Okay. I have a second email that's not about Disney World, though. Where should I send that one?
That one you can send to info@SheaHatesEverything.com, and we'll read it. Dude, if you write us an email about Disney World, we're going to read it, because we'll read all the emails. But just give me a month without Disney World. I feel like the story has been told. Going to Disney World sucks. You need to prepare. You need to get lucky and marry someone like Connor did. That's all about the Disney World shit, where she'll do all the work. Which also, for the record, Connor be like, "Oh, I'm so lucky to have my wife will do all the Disney World stuff." Like, no, that's anything, my guy. Any vacation is better when someone else does all the work for you. Yeah. That's not specific to Disney World. That's true. Just so that we're clear.
That's true.
So yeah, info@SheaHatesEverything.com. Send us your emails. Maybe some video game ones. Like, we don't have to talk about video games on the podcast, but like maybe there's an email or a question or a topic about video games that you would like to hear us talk about. Or maybe you get enough of that on the rest of the podcast, which is why we don't get video game questions.
That very well could be.
All right, let's wrap this baby up. Talk about our June game releases, and then we'll do some reveal of our June Game Club game. So on the 2nd, Street Fighter 6. No thanks. I'm happy for people. People are excited. It looks cool. They're doing new stuff. That's awesome. But no thanks.
Right.
June 6th, Diablo 4, which you are going to play.
Yes.
I would love to play it, but I'm not going to buy a new game in June. I just am making that choice for myself financially, which means I'm not going to play Diablo 4, because I would only buy it to play with you. And if I wait a month and buy it later, it's too late.
Right.
Because I'm not going to want to play that game by myself. It's boring.
Yeah.
The story, like, I really like the story in the beta. Like, it's engaging, but the gameplay it's not engaging.
Yeah, it's monotonous.
June 20th, Aliens Dark Descent, which you mentioned is one of the games potentially to come up at Summer Games Fest.
Yeah. This
is a like team-based isometric
shooter. I think it's like kind of that sort of a isometric viewpoint, cooperative. Yeah, I believe so.
And then also on the 20th, Crash Team Rumble, which is like a competitive, not a fighting game, but it's like a brawler game with the crash. I don't know why they made this. I don't know who this is for.
I don't know.
It's a weird one.
Yeah.
And then on the 22nd, Final Fantasy 16, which I do want to play. I will play this game, unless like reviews are really bad, which I don't anticipate. But I won't have started it by the next podcast. I was very sad to see that there is no strategy guide for this game.
Oh, that's fucked up.
It's the first Final Fantasy game with no strategy guide.
That's fucked up.
Because I like getting the strategy guides. It's fun to read through all the stuff and like, I don't know. I just that's part of my nostalgia for like JRPGs, and it makes me sad that I won't have that for 16, but it is what it is. And that's June. Like, you know, Diablo 4, big release, Final Fantasy, big release, but not a lot. I guess even Street Fighter is a big release, but not a huge quantity of games coming out in June, which I guess makes sense. It's middle of summer. So, that being said, Kyle, you will be playing Diablo 4. I will be playing Final Fantasy, but not in June. So what are we going to do for our game club games?
I wonder.
Well, we couldn't agree, or at least we had different ideas.
I said I would do either one.
I know, but I think it's fine. We're both going to check out Ravenlock, which is on Game Pass. It came out last month.
Yeah.
It is a third-person sort of...
It's got like kind of... It's like...
light action, light puzzle, sort of narrative, Alice in Wonderland theme.
Yes. Kind of pixely graphics.
Yeah, it's apparently pretty short, like less than 6 hour type game.
Okay.
So we'll check that out. And then we're also going to check out Citizen Sleeper, because that's been on my backlog for a while, also on Game Pass. I just want to check it. Like, people loved that game when it came out.
People keep bothering me and telling me to play it, so.
Yeah, so we'll check that out. And then you just wrote another one on here.
Yeah.
Are we doing that?
We might both check out that Lord of the Rings mobile game.
All right, I'll do it. Wasn't there another one too that we talked about?
I think that was the mobile game that I just added, because I was trying to think back to what we said. Okay. I'm pretty sure that was it.
Yeah, you might be right.
Yeah.
So 3 games. I mean, the point of the game club is just to force us both to play the same game. That way there's always crossover, which we don't always need to do that. But now y'all know next month, Ravenlock, Citizen Sleeper, Lord of the Rings mobile game. You'll be talking about Diablo 4. I am also going to be playing... What is it called? Rollerdrome.
Oh,
that has been on my, like, the top of my backlog for a couple of months. I'm finally gonna, like, I'm saying it out loud, so I will do it. I really, really want to check that game out. Obviously, I'm going to continue playing Fallout 4, but that might not be relevant to what we're doing here. So yeah, plenty of stuff already on the horizon for July. As I mentioned, we'll talk about the big stuff that came out at Microsoft, Ubisoft, Summer Games Fest. I'm sure there will be other news, other game announcements filtering in and out. It'll be a good one. It'll be a good episode. And we'll start recording it before 9 p.m.
Yeah. God,
Maybe.
I hope so.
Maybe. But that's going to do it. What a doozy.
Sheesh.
Good podcast, long podcast, end of podcast. So we'll end with something we don't hate. And today I don't hate vacations. I guess we didn't say at the top, we're recording this fairly early, because this will go live on...
June 5th.
June 5th, thank you. Oh, that's a fun day for it to go live. It's Kyle's birthday.
My birthday.
Yeah, it'll go live on June 5th. We're recording it on the 27th, because on the 1st of June, Kyle and I are both taking our families and going with our mother and her partner to a beach house in North Carolina for like a week.
In the Outer Banks.
And it will be glorious. Yeah, Outer Banks. So obviously I have to record this early. But yeah, I do not hate vacations. I am greatly looking forward to it. It will be amazing to hang with y'all and to be at the beach. And it's the first time my son gets to see the beach when he, you know, being older than 2 months old, which he was at the beach at that age, which was stupid. But yeah, it'll be a good time.
Totally.
And that's it?
Yeah.
There's nothing you don't hate?
Oh.
Are you asleep?
Shit. I don't hate long weekends. Sorry, mine was similar.
Sounds like you
mine
need
was
it.
very similar to yours. Yeah, dude, I fucking do. I'm so burnt out. Mine was just so similar to yours. In my brain, it kind of rolled up into it. Vacations, long weekends, it's all kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
Because we're recording this on the Friday of Memorial Day weekend, so...
yes,
yeah.
Also true.
So, gonna get a lot of stuff done this weekend, but also hopefully have time to relax, so...
Nice. That's a podcast. The Shea Hates Everything podcast, which Connor was smart enough to address his email to me because he knows. He understands.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
If you enjoyed this podcast, subscribe on your podcast service of choice. Give us a rating. Thumbs up, 5 stars, whatever it is. Write us a review. If you write us a review, we'll also read that on the podcast, which now that reminds me, I should have double checked that we didn't get any new reviews this month.
You
probably not, because nobody writes reviews of podcasts, but it truly does help. It truly does help discoverability to leave a rating, to leave a review.
Yeah.
So if you want other people to listen, we would appreciate it.
And if you made it 5 hours into this podcast, odds are you like us in some way, shape, or form. So,
if you made it 5 hours into this podcast, then you've been sitting in silence for like over 10 minutes, because this ain't 5 hours, baby. Like we are well under the 5 hour mark on this podcast.
All right.
We're doing great.
We're doing great.
It is late. I'm tired. I am hungry.
Yeah.
That's the end of the podcast. Sincerely, thank you all for listening. Thank you for writing us emails to info@SheaHatesEverything.com. Do not mention Disney World ever again.
Dindy.
Peace out.